Hello, buddy. How are you all doing today? I hope your day is going good. I hope your day is going good and that your weekend went well, hopefully. I was very low energy over the weekend, so now I'm just like, yay! Because heckin', I think it was... I don't remember if it was Saturday or Sunday, but I was just like, I have no energy for anything. I was like, I want to do something, but brain does not have energy for anything, but like, I don't know. I need brain stimulation, but brain does not want to think. And so I ended up, what do you mean? Oh gosh, am I gonna be transformed into 2.0? Hello, dragon, how are you doing? I'm telling you, every time it takes like a chunk of time, it's always this one. But hello, hopefully your day is going good. But yeah, I ended up starting Death Stranding off stream, which had been very nice for my low-powered brain. It's basically just it has the same thing of like delivering stuff in ATS of like I'm just going from point A to point B, but like it has like basically I'm watching something too. I get to see story as well. Gotten tons of anxiety tummy aches lately. Oh no! Hopefully you get better. How is the doggo doing as well? Hopefully the doggo is also maybe doing well. Maybe. Hopefully, if they're not, hopefully they feel good soon. Just getting everything ready over on the game screen. Let me see. So last we left off, we are in the past. Death Stranding is a good cozy game, favorite post-apocalyptic game, unlike American post-apocalyptic games. It doesn't go, everything is ruined, there's no coming back from this, it's everybody out for themselves. Instead it's just like, build roads, rebuilding civilization, right? It's like, you know, you also have to worry about, like, the big invisible dudes and also the people that want to take your packages, but, like, it's a nice time so far. I'm very, very early in on, I think I'm on episode 2, story-wise? I'm very early on. I think the last delivery I had, was introducing the things of, like, oh no, your package got pinged! Because I was like, oh, what's this stick in the ground? And it's like, oh no, they're gonna take your package. And it's like, what? and then they left because it started raining. And it's just like, oh gosh, my stuff is gonna get damaged then. And then it's like, oh right, because it's raining, these things are gonna show up. And then it introduced the thing of like, you're gonna have to have your BB be in the fake womb for a little bit to reset because they got too stressed out. Invisible time zombies, right? It's very fun so far. It's a very like nice, cozy, brain doesn't have to be on kind of game. I think the main reason that I decided not to stream it also was because like I think I heard like a lot of the songs get copyright struck, which like for the most part they only play like once, as far as I can tell, being very early on. But like it's very cozy off stream so far. Doggo is having problems, but I managed to help him through some things. Now he doesn't really have too many problems besides needing to sleep and go to the bathroom a lot to help the recovery. Oh, at least he's on the way to getting better. Anxiety, tummy aches are mostly from a friend of mine going through some troubles. No. Is it for Wim, or is it somebody else that's also going through some life troubles? Which hopefully I can get that done tonight. I'm just like finishing up the shading still. But hopefully. Okay, so let me go on over here now. They're rather not. Yeah. Yeah, understandable. It was mainly just a thing of like, oh, is it this person or different friend? I wasn't gonna be like, give me all the gossip of how bad their life is going now. Oh no, my mic is buzzing. Let me see. Let me see. I think I was able to figure this out last time. No, that's still that. Yeah. Because, yeah, it's just like, wanted to make sure you didn't have, like, two people on either side of you being like, oh no. Okay, let me unplug and plug in my mic, because I didn't realize it was buzzing, and you could probably hear it during the silent parts. Why is it doing this? Okay, I think it just stopped. That or no, okay. Well, we'll deal with it. Wake up. Come on. Wake up, please. Come on up with you. Oh, you can see my cursor. We don't need to see the cursor in this game. I forgot I turned that on during the art. There we go. There we go. Now you can't see my Miku. Oh, thank goodness. You were out so good I was scared you might be dead for a minute. Good morning. How are you feeling? Also, the audio isn't going through because I... Man. I don't stream for a few days and I forget everything. Good morning. How are you feeling? I forgot how I voiced myself. What? Huh? Why are you looking at me like I just kicked your cat? It's incredible how much more pleasant it is to be woken up by a woman than a boy. Oh no, he's just like, you're not Giselle. I'm going back to sleep. That's the things I get for waking you up? Or did I interrupt a nice dream? I did, didn't I? It was a dirty dream too, I bet. You definitely seem like a mine in the gutter kind of guy. I will murder you. Whoa, let's not be hasty now. You said you're going to help me out. That doesn't sound very helpful. And the worst part is how similar his wake-up call was to Giselle's. I'm just kidding. And you know, I can get up on my own. Fair enough, I guess. Though, put yourself in my shoes for a sec. About to say let's kill him, but he immediately went for it. Just like, don't imply that I'm a degenerate child. Fair enough, I guess. Though, put yourself in my shoes for a sec. I came in and you were as still as a corpse. It startled me enough I took your pulse. He touched me while I was sleeping. It was faint, but it was there. That's wonderful news. My music. So I don't think it's a Ken doll situation. I think he does have something there. But, you know, 'cause he just has the other part without being like, cuz this game deals with some serious topics, but it isn't gonna, like, you know. I think it was very implied. That it's just, he doesn't have the one thing, but he has the other. They're handing out breakfast in the dining hall. You can get a plate yourself if you want. It's just some bread and wine, though. Like, I think when that person was saying that there was nothing there, it was implying that the thing that is supposed to be there for a male was not. Very confusing, thank you. I know. Dining hall. There's quite the crowd. All the people here helping with festival prep, all the people here helping with festival prep, so you should probably hurry if you want to get some. Hold on, I need a minute. My mind's still waking up. Huh? First off, I thought you said the church wasn't offering boarding at the moment, so why a dining hall? Right. It's not, but they do still offer breakfast. For free, of course. I see. Now, what do you mean by festival prep? As I mentioned yesterday, the Heart of the Harvest Festival is here at the church, but it's a citywide event. There are all sorts of supplies that need to be purchased, decorations made and put up, that sort of thing. So we've got volunteers from the city here to help. I see. I believe today they're supposed to be putting up decorations outside the chapel, so the courtyard should be a bustle. The courtyard? Yeah. Less court, more yard, really. We passed through it on our way here yesterday. Oh, right. I think I know what you're referring to. So, as long as I'm here, I don't have much choice but to help with prep. I'd honestly rather set Morgana free right now, but the other two are bound to find out if either of us do anything too conspicuous. So for now, I should stick to my routine, at least where people can see me. That would be the smart thing to do. Yeah. Anyway, let me know when you're planning on doing anything. If there's anything I can do to help, I will. I'll let you know. Okay, well, I should get going. See you later, I guess. Mel, do you know where I could find the nun? Her? She should be in the dining hall. Thank you. And the other two men? The Lord and his bodyguard? They're only around early mornings and nights, so I doubt either of them are here right now. Why only then? That's when we go up into the tower. Though, even if they were on the property, you wouldn't be able to just walk up and talk to them, especially not the Lord. Also, I don't keep track of where they go or what they do. Sorry. I don't really want to know what they're up to. So I've kept my distance. Understandable. Thank you anyway. See you later. He's holding it together fairly well, all things considered. Finally resolving to do something about Morgana took a big weight off his shoulders, I'd guess. Oh, Giselle. Good morning, Michelle. Morning. It's a bit soon to be feeling relieved, I think. There's still work to be done before Mel can face Morgana. That first step is still a big one, though, at least for him. I suppose. Anyway, it sounds like the Lord is going to be difficult to make contact with, which is what I was afraid of. Our only opportunities are when he's here to feed Morgana. Mel did say he didn't keep close tabs on the two of them, so there might be more than just that. First priority is getting you fed, though. So off to the dining hall we go. Out of curiosity, did you sleep at all? I haven't been sleepy once since I became the maid. But I'm used to it, so don't worry about me. You said you see what I'm seeing there in the darkness, didn't you? That's what it looks like, at least. Which means when my eyes are closed, she has no light at all. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to sleep after all. I know what you're thinking, Michelle. And no, you're wrong. You need your sleep. You won't have the energy to do anything if you don't keep yourself well rested and nourished. You're right. We should get going. To the dining hall. Yippee! Also, it looks like my mic stopped doing the thing, so I guess it just needed to wake up. I make my way through the halls to the room with the fireplace, the area I used as a living room, and the area currently serving as a dining hall. Sitting in the center of the room is a long table lined with bread and wine. Standing behind the table and handing out food for the long line of people is the nun. This being a church, no one is speaking especially loudly, but there's still an indistinct buzz hanging in the air as dozens of people whisper back and forth. The majority of people in the room look poor, like they genuinely need the assistance, but there are a handful of those who look more than well off. That's a lot more people than I was expecting. They don't turn anyone away. Which, as I recall from Morgana's account, nearly drained the church of everything it had once. They don't seem to be for want of supplies at the moment, though. I assume it's thanks to the Lord's patronage. Most likely, yes. In any event, I doubt we're getting anywhere near her in the mornings. She looks like she's got her hands full. That doesn't change the fact that we need to speak with her. I'm going to try and squeeze past the crowd. What? Michelle, wait a sec. Hey now, no cutting in line, young man. We've been waiting since dawn. Please let me through. I have business with the nun. I ain't letting you through just because you told me to. This is important. No more important than any of our business. Our lives depend on this food, so get your tail to the back of the line. Here we go. What seems to be the trouble? Could I ask for a moment of your time? I need to speak with you. Well, as you can see, I'm a bit preoccupied. I won't take much of your time, I promise. But it's very important you. Give it a rest already, young man. Can't you see she ain't interested? Give me a hand getting this guy out of here, fellas. What? Wait. Just don't get rough, okay? Of course, I saintess. No, she could have been like, no, let him ask the thing, but no, we're getting kicked out. Pick it up, young man. You need some time outside to cool off. Stop! Watch the hair! Oh no, they slammed the door on us too. That went extraordinarily well. You know, Michelle, sometimes I can't decide whether you're calculated or reckless. And now I realize I never got that bread. We should wait and try to talk to the nun when she's not so busy. She has to have some free time during the day. You're right. What do you say we take a look around the mansion while we're waiting? Who knows? Maybe we'll run into someone else. All right. Don't let it get to you. Man, now we're hungry. As Mel had said it would be, the mansion was packed compared to yesterday, and most everyone I saw appeared to be excited for the upcoming Harvest Festival. A number of them even greeted me as we passed in the halls. They were so nonchalant about it, I wasn't quite sure how to react. I was amazed that anyone, let alone multiple people, would treat me so normally, considering how far from normal I looked. There were a few surprised looks, of course, but no one called me a demon or an angel based solely on my appearance. Perhaps they were just used to seeing people of all different colors around the city, so they had an easier time accepting the way I looked. No matter what the reason, though, it was quite nice being treated normal. I mean, most of the people that ostracized you knew more than just your hair. After meandering through the mansion for a while, I'd make my way to the chapel. Despite knowing I have no way into the tower, part of me still wants to be near it. So I head around to the back side of the podium where the stained glass window towers over me. It's the same as I remember. I've always loved this window. It makes me feel like I've got an angel watching over me. Had I been given a different name, maybe I would feel the same. That said, I don't dislike it as much as I used to. I'm glad to hear it. We're coming to terms with it. Off to the side, at the very back of the room, is the door leading to the observation tower. It's chained shut, though that's no surprise. The lock is the same one I saw back in the mansion, but the chains are just regular chains. They're not glowing with that awful black light. They're simply dull and gray. If only I had an axe, then we could just chop the door right down. I don't think an axe would help. If it were wood, maybe, but this is metal. Rather heavy metal at that. You never know. Hit it enough and anything will break eventually. We'd be in chains ourselves long before we made it through this door. What are you doing here? Oh no. Well, we met up with him, but I don't know how well this is gonna go. It's him. I was under the impression you and the Lord were only around mornings and nights. And why would you know that? Oops. Who are you? He's getting suspicious, Michelle. I'll take care of it. I'm a friend of Mel's. A friend of his. Does that surprise you? Never once have I seen a friend of his before. He has plenty of friends, I'm sure. No one has had an opportunity to pay him a visit, that's all. Never mind the boy's social dealings. Was he the one who told you my schedule? That I work for the Lord? I've got to be careful about what I say here, or he's gonna start getting suspicious of Mel. I asked him. Asked him what? I heard some talk around town saying the Lord was seen coming in and out of this estate on more than one occasion. Naturally, that caught my attention. A lowly peasant like myself almost never has the opportunity to cross paths with a lord. So, hearing he was a regular visitor here, I was hoping to have the honor of catching a glance at him. When I asked Mel about the Lord, he mentioned he had a bodyguard, which got me wondering, what kind of person would someone so distinguished entrust his life to? Dig around too much and you're liable to end up in the ground yourself. So he told you I was the Lord's bodyguard. Was he not supposed to, for some reason? No. It's true, I am his bodyguard. Question is, how did you know it was me?
Hello, Sussy. How you doing? Hopefully your Tuesday is going good so far.
It wasn't difficult. You do rather stand out from the crowd. Yeah, it's the stinky swordsman. I'm hoping, like, we just ran into him today, and so I'm like hoping that we can get the key from him. I feel like he doesn't really necessarily want to do what he's doing. It might be a bit more difficult to get the key from him than it was from Mel. Well, Mel just promised us his key. I think the Lord guy is gonna be the biggest issue. But yeah, we just ran into him. It wasn't difficult. You do rather stand out from the crowd. From Mel's description, I was able to recognize you almost immediately. If our roles were reversed, you would have similarly little difficulty identifying me from a short description. The only thing distinct about me is my race. Where do you come from, if I may ask? Beyond the Silk Road. From the east, then? What country? Is that any of your concern? No, I'm just curious. Why is your hair white? Why are your eyes red? They're naturally that color. Is that so? To keep finding peak games from you. Thank you. Yeah, I was suggested this while I was playing Ubineko, so I just dove into this blind, and this has been a wild trip so far. Especially with that one, like, secret spot during, what was it, chapter 4, I think? The fourth door? Or, no, there's not, wait, is there? I forgot immediately. But the one where it was, like, the fake past, that one was wild. I haven't checked since then, but I think that was probably the main chapter that had that secret. Is that so? Nature can be quite the ball and chain. Is it me, or does it sound like he's sympathizing with you? It's hard to say. Honestly, I'm still having trouble reading him. Either way, it sounds like he bought your explanation. So it does, which is a relief. Now, what business do you have with this door? I feel bad I don't have a distinctive voice between the swordsman and Michelle. At least right now, because the swordsman isn't on a murder craze right now, so I'm not like, Ah. The door was not my objective. I came to look at the stained glass window. I happened to notice a door with an unusual lock off to the side, so I got curious and went to look at it up close. The area around the pulpit is off limits. I was unaware. Maybe I'll have to put some ropes up then. Why is it off limits, though? Is that any of your concern? No, but the way you're talking about it has piqued my curiosity. Do you not know how to keep your nose out of places it doesn't belong? Get out of here. And don't come back. As you wish. Hold on. Yes? Your name? Michelle. Michelle. Almost the same as the angel there. That would be because I was named after him. I see. What an unfortunate name. I despise angels.
Hello, Rocket. I am not stinky.
Says it with little confidence. I'm not stinky.
But how you doing, Rocket? Hopefully your Tuesday is going good.
May I ask what yours is? I have no name. You don't have... What do you... No, never mind. Farewell. That's very strange, because we know in the future he's like Yukimura, but I don't know. Maybe it is different, because I don't know. Mel's is the same, but I'm not sure. Oh, wow. That was scary. He does not want anyone getting near that door, huh? I thought he was gonna pull his sword on you. I wonder, would I die if he tried to kill me? I don't know, people usually die when they're killed, but I'm not sure about this time frame. There aren't many people who could get away from a blade like that, especially in his hands, unarmed. You're probably right. Having already died once, the idea of doing so again feels wrong somehow.
Managed to talk him down, though. I'm surprised. You're quite the accomplished liar, Michelle.
Is that so? So is he trans in every story? Michelle? I believe he's intersex in, well, it's hard to tell actually because his memories don't include the stuff that happens in between the doors, but he does remember Giselle calling out to him. The two of them theorized that maybe the white-haired girl in those other time frames might have actually been Morgana, but we don't know for sure right now, which makes it very confusing. Because basically what Michelle remembered was dying back in 1099 and then showing back up at the beginning of this game.
It's hard to believe that was the same awkward, stuttering Michelle I know and love.
Am I really that much of a bumbling fool normally?
I wonder what he was doing back there, though. It's well past dawn.
Standing watch, presumably. With as many people as there are roaming about, he's probably worried about people like me getting near the door. I doubt he has plans on spending much time anywhere else until the festival's over.
And with him on guard, we've got pretty much no access to the door. I sure hope we can talk him over to our side.
Mel was never an enthusiastic accomplice. His guilt is what allowed us to win him over and get him to confess everything. On the other hand, he's not likely to be so forthcoming.
It all depends on how deep his ties to the nun are. Presumably, she's the reason he's involved.
That said, we managed to communicate well enough.
Are you still sore that I called you awkward?
No, I don't mean me. I mean him. Wait, I thought he wasn't dead when the game started. What was that whole brother killing thing then? So when the game started, that was... I don't think we were actually like given a time frame of like when we awoke in the game. But he did die in 1099. Like him getting killed and then crucified, that actually did happen for the past. And then his soul was just kind of floating around. And so he got what was Morgana's phrasing of it? Reconstructed? I think into whatever current time of when the game started. And so he saw all that story stuff, gained his memory back, or gained memory of people. But yeah, he just got reconstructed at the start of the game. It is kind of complicated because a lot of stuff has happened. But yeah. Stand just far enough away from the door he can't do anything, but just close enough he's uncomfortable. I don't know, he has a sword. I don't know if that's gonna be safe to do. Yeah, this is the reconstructed form of Shell. No, I don't mean me, I mean him. What? Oh, he was far from rational or coherent when he was living with you in the mansion.
You're right. He does seem like a completely different person here. Losing his memory in the shipwreck was probably what triggered his transformation into the beast. So I guess this must be what he was like before that.
What he carries inside him is no different now than it was then. He's simply able to hold himself in equilibrium now. He's keeping a balance between his rational human side and his violent beast side.
He does somewhat remind me of Bestia during our short period of calm.
That or the glimpse we got of him on the ship, while he was still a merchant. I would say that's probably closer to the man here now.
Huh? The ship?
You were the one that showed me the memory.
What? I have no recollection of that.
I mean, we did see things that she didn't intend for us to see. It was like the house showing us stuff, so. As safe as car batteries, my goodness. I need to rewatch the balls because I'm so confused. Oh no. Oh. Wait, let me let me check something real quick. I need to make sure that I saved VODs from 2 weeks ago. Because I hope I did. I hope I did. Give me 1 second. Okay, that's a 1 next to it. Okay. I was making sure I wasn't gonna lose anything.
Oh, yeah, you also mentioned seeing another woman's memories behind the second door, didn't you? From outside the mansion?
You didn't see them, though, as I recall.
All I am aware of is what took place within the mansion, as well as whatever Morgana felt like telling me.
You over here not archiving stuff. I need to upload more stuff. I'm back to being, like, about a year behind. I have like a few things in the drafts on my YouTube. I just need to actually get them queued up. Resonation.
What?
Nothing. Morgana mentioned something about me resonating. I don't know why I would be capable of such a thing. Because of what it allowed me to see, it's all but impossible for me to ignore the plight of these people. 4 years behind, oh no. Yeah, I'm just a year behind, I think. I'm like in the middle of uploading the answers arc, I think. I know I finished uploading the questions arc for Umineko. A year is only more than 3 days, trust. My goodness. Anyway, the point is, however rational he may appear, we mustn't forget that that is not the whole picture. He is as much of a killer in this life as he was in the next. He's a man of many faces. The gentleman he was around his lover, the brutal, merciless man he was on the ship, and the beast that lurks beneath it all. Everyone acts differently depending on who they're around. There's something unsettling about how he does it. I do wonder what he meant when he said he had no name.
As I recall, he was from somewhere far, far away in the second door. And he looks Asian here too, so maybe he's from the same country.
He said he crossed the Silk Road, so the eastern road of the continent, presumably. I wonder if he has the same name or not.
It was an unusual name. Oh, what was it? Ukulele!
No, that wasn't it. It was eucalyptus, I believe. I get the feeling we're both wrong and that I'm farther off than her. It's not the kind of name we're used to hearing or saying.
Hopefully we'll be able to get it out of him.
Hopefully. But for the time being, we should go looking for the nun. I imagine she doesn't have her she doesn't have her hands quite as full by now.
Probably not. To the courtyard we go, then.
Being a saint around my parents, but saying stuff that makes Project Melody seem like Project Modest. My goodness, that's intense.
Whoa, the crowd just keeps on growing. Are they all helping with the decoration?
It would seem so. Preparation for the festival is in full force.
Ah, I found the nun. She's over there. She's got a bunch of people around her, though. What should we do?
I'll force my way through.
How about plan B this time? Michelle! Are you alright, Michelle? You went down pretty hard.
Did I get tackled by, girl? I don't remember her name. Yep, Nelly.
Oh, you're such a weakling, dearest Michelle. I don't weigh that much. Not enough to knock you over jumping on your back.
You gave me no time to brace myself.
Pish posh. My Mel would have had no problem catching me, and then he would have spun me around like a princess at a ball.
Unreasonable doesn't even begin to describe your expectations. Are you sure you should be running around like that? I thought you were in rather poor health.
Amazingly, I'm actually feeling pretty good. I haven't even had any medicine today. Maybe because I cleared things up with Mel yesterday? I cried my eyes out last night, but I feel better now.
I'm glad to hear it. They do say health is as much mental as it is physical. So you might just be getting better if you stay positive, or you keep getting better. So don't push yourself.
Why, thank you for your concern, my dearest Michelle.
He has the same name as my corgi. Oh my gosh.
She's taken quite a liking to you. How do you like that? It's nice, isn't it?
I'm more not sure how to react.
Oh, just go along with it. You know you want to. I wish I could be there too. I just want to pat that sweet little head of hers.
What do you think, she is, a cat? Now that she's opened up, though, I will admit she is rather sweet.
Oh, there you are, Nelly. Don't run off like that. You scared me. It's not my fault you lost sight of me, dearest Mel.
I'll try to keep a better eye on you. So, you came to check out the courtyard, Michelle? You know, you really stand out from the crowd. You're so pale I could tell it's you from way off in the distance. I am well aware of how conspicuous I am, but everyone's acting so unconcerned, it's honestly kind of disconcerting. I can't say people don't think you look unusual, but no one's afraid of you or anything. It's not easy looking different from everyone else, is it? It comes with its disadvantages, yes. And she would have had to deal with the same thing. That's another thing I regret. I wish I could have treated her more like a regular person. I guess I just wasn't mature enough to accept her. Spent much time of your life in a very sheltered environment, so it's only human that you would have difficulty accepting something that doesn't fit within your view of the world. You'll have that friend that's the group pet. My goodness, sometimes more so than others. So it's only human that you would have difficulty accepting something that doesn't fit within your view of the world. That doesn't make you a bad person. Regardless, you did treat her like a regular person. That's the reason she accepted your invitations to go on walks. I guess. Question. You know what she looks like, right? I do. What did you think the first time you saw it?
I know it's not the most tactful question, but I thought nothing of it. I simply saw her as a person, as a girl. I see. Well, what do you know? It looks like I am a bad guy. And you're a right saint. No, I've simply seen much worse.
My plushie is in the way of the mic.
Hopefully that should be better. I don't know if it was affecting anything. You know, you kind of remind me of her. I do. I mean, you're much more personable than her, but what's the word? It's not just the way you look, but there's something a little different from everyone else about you. Like an aura or something, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm sorry if I offended you. I wasn't trying to insult you or anything, but I mean, like, yesterday you were talking like a prophet. You said you were a god, which was kind of weird. I'm almost beginning to think that maybe you really did see a vision from God.
Enough with all the grown-up talk already. You lost me ages ago.
Yeah, sorry.
Who cares if Michelle is a saint or a prophet or an archangel himself? Michelle is my second brother. Besides, he doesn't look all that weird to me. The saintess is probably just an ordinary girl, too. I am big enough to know that I won't think badly of her no matter what she looks like.
You are, yeah.
And when she's free and feeling better again, maybe we can get together and bake something. That would be lots of fun. She'll forgive you, I'm sure of it.
You know, maybe we shouldn't be talking about this so loudly. Wouldn't want anyone to overhear us.
Oh, right, sorry. But everyone's so busy prepping for the festival, I'm sure we're fine.
Better safe than sorry, though.
As you say, dearest Mel. So, Michelle, are you here to help with prep?
No, I was hoping I could find some time to talk with a nun.
With all the people coming and going, she's going to have her hands full until the festival starts.
Well, that's unfortunate. Is it that important you talk with her? She may be able to give us some information that can assist in acquiring the second key. The second key? You're not saying she's involved too, are you? By my estimation, she doesn't know anything. She is, however, very much connected with the swordsman. Much like you acted to help your sister, I believe the nun is his driving force. Are you serious? I find that hard to believe. I mean, she's such a loving, charitable woman, and he's, well, a savage brute, a murderer. It has to be her, though. Have you ever seen the two of them acting particularly close? Never. She's kinda everyone. I've seen them talking once or twice, sure, but she wasn't acting any differently than she was around anyone else. It certainly doesn't seem like they have anything going on.
Maybe they're hiding it?
Surely there's something between them. I would certainly presume so.
Nuns aren't allowed to be romantically involved, so they could be having a secret tryst. A forbidden romance. How exciting! So you need to talk with her then, Michelle? Leave it to me.
You can do it?
Well, right now she's showing people how to make the decorations, weaving straw into crowns and flowers and other things. I know how to make them too, so I can take your place teaching for a little.
I appreciate it, but if anyone could be offering help, should be offering help, it's me.
There's a bunch of them already done, like over there hanging off the tree branches. Can you make those?
Michelle got called out for being pale, but I'm over here basically being allergic to the sun. I mean, he also was sort of allergic to the sun. He went out in the... I mean, it was probably an illusion that Morgana was doing, but, like, he went outside, and the sun was just, like, burning him immediately. So he was basically next to allergic to the sun. They're very intricately designed.
You'd have to be really good at weaving to make those, let alone teach other people how. You should take her up on her offer.
You're right. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. You got it. I'll let her know if you want, or I will let her know that you want to talk, so just hold tight. And you, dearest Mel, are coming with me. You get to help with make the decorations.
I'm no good at this stuff, though.
Nope, I said you're coming and that's all there is to it. With me as your teacher, you'll be a pro in no time.
Yeah. Alright, you win. Let's go. My scars from some chemical burns and it's full on pins and needles when I'm in the sun. Oh no! I didn't know that. I don't know how recent the chemical burns are, so I don't know if it's appropriate to say, like, I hope you get better. But hopefully your body builds a resistance. It builds a resistance and you get to beat up the sun. I'm not good at this. 3 years ago now? Oh, okay. Well, sorry that happened. You can joke about it, okay. Learn to get past those scars and beat up the sun. Just boo, boo, boo. Have it be like, Mashal and just beat it up.
Nellie seems to be in good shape, and it doesn't look like last night caused any problems for them. I'm relieved.
Hopefully, they can continue down this path.
They'll be fine, I'm sure.
I pray that they will be. Now, we should have a little time before the nun is available to talk. So I'd really like to find some shade.
It is... is it pretty bright out today?
I thought you could see through my eyes.
I can, yes. I can see what's going on, just not as clearly as you. Not enough to tell how strong the sun is, for example.
I see.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. I say, but the backs of my eyes are starting to hurt. 2 days now, with hardly a cloud in sight. I wonder how this is gonna go. I feel like this is gonna be difficult. I wonder if it's gonna ask us a question again.
There you are. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long.
No worries. I apologize for pulling you away from your duties at such a busy time.
After that little surprise this morning, I figured you must really have something you want to say.
I do. Something very important, and if possible, I would like to discuss it with you somewhere more private.
Let me guess. You're going to propose to me? Now, you should know better than that. I am a servant of God the Father. He is the only companion I am permitted to have.
No, I just want to.
I know, I'm kidding. I just wanted to tease you a bit. I can't be away for very long, though, all right?
I will do my best to keep it short.
Anyway, let's head inside and find a room, then.
After you. May I ask you something, Giselle?
What? Yes? What is it?
Is there something about me that makes people want to tease me?
No, not at all. What would ever give you that idea?
If you say so. She's just silently chuckling to herself. I will marry your god. I will marry your god and you will be put into the polycule. Become the polycule.
All right, you have my undivided attention. Make yourself comfortable and speak whenever you're ready. I am here to help those in need. My ears are at your service. The good, the bad, the ugly. Tell me anything and everything.
You're a nun. You should probably be a little more particular with your conversation topics.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I actually want to talk about you rather than myself.
About me?
You or the people you associate, I suppose. Are you acquaintances with that Asian swordsman?
The Lord's bodyguard? I mean, I know of him, but I can't say I know terribly much about him. What?
I was under the impression you were quite intimate with him.
Did someone tell you we were?
No, that was just the feeling I had.
Remember, I am a nun. Whatever you think you saw, you were probably imagining. I'm not allowed to give any man special treatment, let alone be intimate with one.
There's something between you two, though.
What do you mean, something between us? Maybe you should try telling her what we know about him here. His primary motivation is to keep the church running, after all. Or her church running.
Is he not here to keep this church, your church, in operation?
Is he... What? Did he tell you he was?
He did.
Oh, really? That's a little... No, that's quite surprising. I hardly ever see him talking to anyone. Are you friends with him?
Perhaps acquaintances would be a better word.
Ah, well, he seems to be a nice enough fellow.
Are you really not close with him at all?
Nope. So if he told you he was trying to protect this church, it would have to be out of a sense of gratitude, nothing more.
Gratitude for...
A while back, he was in a pretty bad place in life, and I gave him some food. That was when I wasn't all the way out here, but at the church in the city.
So I wonder if she's just really good at lying, or if maybe the relationship has swapped. Maybe she's actually with the Lord and not the swordsman. We got confused. I know history. You have something for one of the other nuns or priests. My goodness. There were other nuns here too, as I recall.
Right. We also served as an orphanage, so it was us and a ton of children. I've since fallen out of touch with them, though. But as servants of God, it is our responsibility to offer assistance to those in need, which is exactly what I did for him. No special treatment. I just did the right thing.
So either we have it wrong, or... I don't know. I don't know how to think here.
So whatever you think you saw between us, there's nothing there.
You're Pauline, though, aren't you?
No. My name is Marie.
Okay, so yeah, I feel like she is with the Lord instead. We don't know how the Lord looks in this time frame though, which is very interesting. We haven't met him. Marie, how can that be? How can she not be her?
Marie. That sounds a lot like a name we heard behind the third door, but I don't think they're the same person.
I concur. There's no guarantee everyone's name has to be the same. Mel's and Nellie's were, which just made us think they all would be.
That's true.
And on the subject of assumptions, it's possible her connection to the swordsman is also a flawed one, because, again, all we have to go on is Mel and Nellie. Although in Morgana's story, I'm pretty sure he said something along the lines of doing what he did to keep her church running. Was he not referring to this woman?
I should get back to the courtyard then. Nellie won't be able to handle everything on her own. It would be great if you could help with the preparations too.
1 second. There's absolutely nothing going on between you?
Why can't you just accept the answer I've given you? I don't like being so blunt, but you're really overstepping your bounds. I said there's nothing, and there's nothing.
What do I say? If she leaves now, it won't be easy getting another chance to talk with her. Will I be able to get him to tell me his story without having her on my side, though? Will I be able to get his key?
Maybe you could try talking to him with Mel there? The two of you together could have convinced him to give up his key. When I encountered Shadow in the mansion, he told me that if I had mentioned the key to him in the past, he would have cut my head from the shoulders on the spot. Then, should we try to find the Lord first instead?
I think I'll try to shake her up. Take a leap of faith on there being something between them.
Happy now? I should really get going.
Hold on, just one last thing. How do you feel about fingers? Normal? Or do you feel like you kind of have a hyperfixation with that? That you have just not a hyperfixation, but just a special feeling towards fingers?
Yes?
Would it be possible for you to grant me access to the observation tower?
The tower? Why?
Because the Lord and his bodyguard are keeping someone imprisoned at the top of it.
What?
They've locked up a girl with miracle blood.
It's not very appropriate to joke about things like that.
I am not joking. The medicine you're handing out, that's real human blood.
What proof do you have?
I have someone who can corroborate my story.
And what proof do you have that they're telling the truth?
When you hear what he has to say, you'll know. But the greatest proof is his key.
Sorry, but there's no way I can believe someone's being imprisoned here. Your claims are an affront not only to the good people who give their time, money, and hard work for the church, but to God himself.
Open the door and you can see for yourself.
I can't. I don't have the keys.
And does that not seem the slightest bit unusual to you? Does it not make you think they may be hiding something?
No, because I know what's being kept in the tower.
You know?
The observation tower is the Lord's personal property. He stores his money and valuables there because a church is less likely to be broken into than his manor.
His money.
Even thieves fear God.
Tom Hurdy currently perishing. Oh no, dragon! Sends you Tum Not Hurdy vibes. But I'm sorry your tummy's been hurting.
Even thieves fear God, so you can understand why he would want to keep his property here.
Does that actually make sense, though? If he's so afraid of thieves, surely he could afford to hire guards.
He doesn't like keeping guards around.
Why not?
Haven't you heard? There's been several failed assassination attempts.
They won't work, but I appreciate the vibes all the same.
The Lord is not a bad man. He just can be rather aggressive in his work, which has a tendency to make a man enemies, some of whom want to see him dead, and keeping his wealth at hand only increases that risk. Now are you satisfied?
Insist all you like, but he's not keeping money in the tower. He's gotta...
Are you after the Lord's wealth? Is that what this is about?
Oh, what?
Again, I don't like being so blunt, but who do you think I'm more likely to believe? The Lord who has been supporting me in this church, or you who showed up out of nowhere demanding me to open the door?
I'm telling the truth. There's a dying girl in that tower.
I'm sorry, and I don't want to do this, but if you keep this up, I'm going to have to call the guards. I really must be going now.
The swordsman. He helped imprison the girl in the tower so he could get the money necessary to keep your church up and running. I feel like we have the people confused. We have them swapped.
With your help, we could stop this. Take some time to cool off.
Yeah, well, cause like he said earlier, all we have to go off of is Nessie and Mel, or is it Nellie? I I keep forgetting the sister's name. Also, my mic keeps, like, being weird, and I don't know how to fix it. Yeah, I have no idea how to fix it. I'm, like, trying to position the cable. Just trying to do the thing where you, like, mess with the headphones. Oh. No. Okay, well, just dealing with it. Would it have killed her to be a little more open-minded? I really hope she considers the possibility we're telling the truth. Even just a little. Is she so defensive because she trusts the Lord that much? Or is her trust in the swordsman? Or maybe it's simply because she doesn't trust me. I think I'll head back to the courtyard. I need some time to consider our next move. That's a good idea. And there might be something Mel and Nellie can do to help out, too. Perhaps. With the nun denying any involvement with the swordsman, and him being so inscrutable, I find myself at a complete loss as to how to go about crossing the wall standing in the way of getting the truth out of him. My mind brings me back to the events of the second door, the most savage of the three tragedies. The things he did were undeniably inhuman, which makes me wonder if his perspective on those events would have any influence on Morgana's perception of him. If at all, a positive influence seems the less likely. Was he man or was he beast? If nothing else, he wanted to be human in the beginning. What was it that he truly desired? If he hadn't been under Morgana's curse, would he have wanted to be the same killer he was? Okay, I moved my mic up and it's now not doing the buzz. But we'll see how long that lasts. Blinding sunlight drags me from my thoughts, a radiance brighter and more intense than any I've been under today. Wait, who was the first door again? The first door was Mel and Nellie. And then the white-haired girl being brought on as a maid. And then Nellie being like, "Oh, dearest Mel, I want to do unspeakable things to you." And he's just like, "Okay, yeah, this is you wanting me to be your prince, right?" And then also Mel flirting with the white-haired girl and being like, "Hey, you know how my grandpa died?" Or rather, it's because more my mind interpreting it that way because my eyes can't handle anymore. In a matter of moments, all I can see is white. Michelle, are you all right? I feel a sharp pain like someone's yanking at the back of my eyes. I'm fine. I just need some shade. Giselle's voice fades away. From somewhere, I think I can hear her calling my name, but instead of sound, all that reaches me is more pain. Then the world starts tilting towards me. No, not the world. It's me who's falling. My mic does not want to behave today, apparently. Whoa, where are we? This is a different location. The crowd is coming at me really fast. No. I'm not at the mansion? Where am I? Oh gosh. Hello? You're awake. Or I got put under Morgana's curse, right? I don't know how to fix it, cause like I have the cause like if what happens if I do this? That just made it louder. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. what's going on with it. I just see it like it might be like mostly imperceptible, but like let me like pause the music. It's like a light buzz, I can only assume. Like let me listen to myself. Yeah, it's like I don't know if it's just like only perceptible through like the audio mixer. If it's only like a dog whine almost kind of sound. I don't know if dog whine is correct, but I'm just like, I see it. I see it. I don't know if it's perceptible, but I see it.
You're awake.
Morgana?
What are you doing here? Does my appearance disturb you? That is to be expected, I suppose.
Unplug it from the end. My mic, don't unplug it from the... Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Let me try that again, though. Oh, well, now it works. I do it 3 times and it doesn't. I do it 1 more time and it's like, okay. Oh, for a second I thought I was gonna do it again.
I am hardly what you would call attractive after all.
Morgana? Yeah, no, it's back. I don't know, because the cable isn't that old and it's also a braided cable, so it should last longer. It worked because I told you to. Well, now it's not working. But hopefully it's just basically indetectable.
How do you know my name?
How do I know your name? I came to save you. Where is this? Aren't you in the... Huh? What just happened? Tried at the PC or interface, and the interface is all the way over in my recording booth. It's all the way over there. I can maybe unplug the interface real quick. Give me 1 second. I think it's this cable. No, that's not the cable. That's my charger cable for my pen. Wait, where do I have this plug? my cable management is a mess. That's the capture. That's my controller. That's my keyboard. I'll just unplug it and replug it in from the interface. Just give me 1 second. If this doesn't fix it, we're just gonna deal with it. Okay, did that work? No. Okay, well, I did what I could. I don't know. I don't think it's my cable. I think it's either the interface itself or the mic. I don't know. Try it at the PC. Okay. Okay, if this doesn't work. Oh gosh. That should be the cable. Can't hear me. Well, did not work. What I did right there was unplugging the interface from the PC. In order of things, I unplugged the cable from the mic, I unplugged the cable from the interface, and then I unplugged the the interface from the PC. Should I do it on the interface's end? I'm bad with technology. And technology does not like me. I just wanted to not have background buzz, but I might just have to deal with it today. I'll try from the mic like one more time. Okay, you Eggies missed it because it happened while I was unplugging my mic, but I just heard like a long beep and I was like, is there a fire alarm happening? Hello? What is happening? Trying a new mic. If that doesn't fix it, you need to replay your cables. If that doesn't fix it, you'll need a new. Well, I replay the cable is the newest part of the mic. Because there is a fire. Well, it's like, it's just a singular beep. It's like, hello? What is going on? There was nothing for me to leave on. I didn't use the oven. I'm concerned. Anyway, it seems to be fine for now, baby. If it buzzes again, I'll just deal with it. What just happened? I tried to say observation tower and my voice completely disappeared. Where is this? I'm not sure how you couldn't know. This is the witch's cottage by the lake. I found you unconscious outside my door, so I presumed you came here in search of my herbal medication. Unconscious. Outside her door? Your arm. What? This is before she lost her arm. Does that mean I've traveled even further into the past? Or could this be... You must get yourself far away from this place, Morgana. Better yet, escape to another country entirely. Where did that come from? I have no means of survival if I leave. In that case, beware of two men who will come to visit you. You must not open the door for them. What do you mean? They're a... Whoops. I was on the wrong scene. They're a haired boy and a... Why do I lose my voice for all the important details? Is this really the cottage by the lake? Censoring spell to prevent specific words to be spoken, but it censors the word by making the speaker violently gag. Oh no. I mean, that would make the most sense. Take a look out the window and see for yourself. There's nothing there. Nothing outside the window. No, that's not exactly right. A reddish-black fog churns beyond the window. A pretty lake, is it not? Not that I have any place talking about beauty. Now I understand. This isn't the real world. Is it your world, then, Morgana? Or is it a world within our dreams? I'm really concerned about what the beep that was going on outside was. Because, like, I feel like it's in the house, but, like, I don't... If it goes off again, I guess I'll have to check, right? The world within our dreams. May I ask who you are? I once spent much time at your side. This is all so very strange. It was always you who was talking to me, and now you don't even know my name. Shall we talk for a bit, Morgana? It's in the house. Right. If you're going to try to convince me to leave, I won't have it. And please watch what you say. There's something very unsettling about your choice of words. As you wish. In that case, let's talk about ourselves. For so long I fought to fend off the things you said.
Not because I had any particular dislike for you, but because I was afraid of how entrancing the sound of your voice was. I empathized with your feelings seething through your words, and that understanding almost allowed them to consume me. There was a mysterious magnetism to your voice, and as emotionally unstable as I was at the time, I couldn't possibly have withstood giving in to it. You're saying my voice is unpleasant? Not at all. It was beautiful. Frighteningly so. I want to try again. I want you to tell me about yourself, the things you see and feel. I will not be telling you, or anyone else, about myself. Because they would have to be inhuman to empathize with you. In that case, you can start with me instead. Honestly, I don't want to talk about myself either, because it makes me feel pitiful, worthless. It's a story I would rather pretend never happened. And it's not a story I'd tell just anyone. But you can tell me. Indeed. I was born into this world female. What? From a young age, being a girl felt somehow wrong. Right, this music is so good. Found the witch. No, we're trying to save her, not stab her! From a young age, being a girl felt somehow wrong, and as I grew older, my body developed like a boy's. Not entirely, though. My body is incomplete. I am missing one thing every man is supposed to have. The change drove my mother to madness, and she hid me away, for I was unfit to be in the presence of others. That was when I was 14 years old, and that marked the end of any semblance of normalcy in my life. Morgana, you once told me that our fates were decided before birth, both yours and mine alike. I spent my whole life rejecting that notion, insisting I was a normal person, fighting to prove I was indeed male. But now that it's all over, I think you were right. My fate was always set in stone. Or perhaps, if I had stopped trying to fight it, if I had shut up and accepted it, I could have lived a longer life. I could have not left Giselle behind. Do you regret your choice? No, I do not. No matter what could have been, I had to hold my ground. I had to keep shouting, because if I hadn't, it would have rendered my very existence meaningless. No matter what misfortune the decision may have brought, I must not regret it. Everyone has some principle, some belief, some fundamental aspect of themselves they must always stand in unwavering support of, or perhaps must not lose sight of, would be a better way to put it. For if we do, we lose sight of ourselves. For most people, those beliefs will probably have been internalized so deeply that we aren't even aware of that we hold them. But what we carry inside of us is unique. Is laughing. Calloused hands. Oh gosh, yeah, he hasn't worked his fingers to the bones. He has soft hands. Soft, holdable hands. Difficult for other people to understand, to accept, forcing us to walk a path of solitude and persecution. I believe you genuinely do have miraculous powers. And who knows, maybe your blood is special too, but I think your real power lies in your voice, in its ability to enchant anyone who hears it. But it was something you were born with. It wasn't just Maybelline. Not something you asked for. Was it not? I am a saint and the daughter of God. That is the lot I was given, and that is the path I must walk. If I stray from that path or stop walking, I will no longer be myself. It would make me worthless. We mustn't lament the solitude we were dealt. Maybe not. But I think that if either of us had had someone, even one person who accepted us, It would have caused us to see the world in a much brighter or different light. I know you had people like that, who treated you like a regular girl. But there, I was talking, oops, they're gone now. And have you never leaned on their memory? It comes back to me from time to time, but even then, they were different than me. They were so full of kindness, so very human. And while they taught me to experience their joy, not even they could change what I ultimately am. I left my humanity behind far too early in my life. And what about you? Do you have anyone special? I do. And do they treat you like a normal person? She does. However, you still know that you're different, that you can't fit in with everyone else, that you're abnormal. You do, don't you? I am very conscious of that fact, that on a fundamental level, I am still gray. Not so long as I am who I am, that will always be so. Me over here with the personality of a Power Ranger because I am how I was raised. My goodness. Nevertheless, her acceptance allowed me to step into the path that she walked. A path wide enough for even me, despite my abnormality. You are, I expect, only half right about that. You are a man capable of making compromises, with a spirit strong enough to try to walk the path of humanity, while still being an outsider to it. I could never do that. Someone could be standing there, some ordinary or incredibly kind and accepting person holding their hand out for me, and I don't think I could take it, because I know that if I do, I will only bring more pain. So if I am to take anyone's hand, it must be someone inhuman, someone fundamentally abnormal, and not just mentally or emotionally, but on a deeper level, intrinsically different. Morgana, maybe you could do it. Maybe you could understand even the tiniest bit of my fate. You could do that, couldn't you? Then do it. Understand me. Empathize with me. Take some of the weight off my back. Morgana. I have every intention of doing anything I can. But you have to understand, I am not from this time, Morgana. I cannot promise you I will be around much longer. So instead, take as much time as you need to find someone who will accept you, and with them, slowly bring yourself back onto the path of humanity. It will not be easy, I know. Constant fear at the looks people give you, dreading the things that I accidentally skipped, dreading the things they think and feel about you, terrified by the thought they might abandon you at any moment, the ever-present anxiety about whether you're able to fit in with them. But I know you can do it. I know you can bring yourself back to a place you can love, like that you had 4 years ago. You really are. Michelle, you may think talking to my past self can change something, but you're sorely mistaken. Nothing of the girl you see there remains. Poke and prod at the past all you like. It won't change anything, my dear. It's all too far gone to have any effect. Man, that alarm thing is gonna bug me. I wonder, like, it hasn't gone off again. So everything should be fine, but I'm just curious as to, like, why it went off in the first place. Michelle! Michelle, are you there? Are you all right? Get up, Michelle, please. Oh, we're back in our place. Did we? Oh no, did we lose a day? Oh no. Oh, thank goodness, you're awake. Did I pass out?
Ah, you're awake. Are you okay? Did you hit your head?
Nelly. You know what Anoyatrons? Anoyatrons? Like, things that are supposed to annoy you? I don't know.
Give everyone a big scare, dearest Michelle. All of a sudden, you were just on the ground. Were you feeling unwell?
No, I just have a natural sensitivity to sunlight. I apologize for any concern I caused you. Sorry for worrying you too, Giselle. And for that rather shameful display.
No need to apologize. Like you said, you're sensitive to sunlight. I'm just glad you're all right, Michelle. If anything, I should be the one apologizing for putting so much pressure on you. I had no idea it was so bright out. As long as you're not sick or anything. So, you're feeling better now?
Yeah, but I'm saying there's a non-zero chance you have a Noyatron in your office. I mean, I know my elf wouldn't do that, and I'm pretty sure the kobold wouldn't. I don't think so anyway. Cause like, it only went off twice, and I feel like it's like outside of my office, but I don't know. Like it sounded like it was in the house, but like I don't know. If it goes off again, I'll check. I feel like I said that earlier, but yeah, if I hear it again, I'm gonna step out and be like, okay, nothing's on fire out here, right? My head still hurts a little, but yes, I'm fine. What time is it?
Almost supper time, which means I'd better get back to the cottage.
Was I really out that long?
At least you woke up before supper. I should get going, though. See you tomorrow, Michelle.
Good night, Nelly. Tomorrow is the day before Morgana's supposed to die. Our time is limited enough as it is. That said, Giselle, I saw Morgana.
What do you mean? How?
I don't know if it was in a world of her creation or simply a dream, but in it I spoke with Morgana when she was still alive.
What was she like?
Not like the Morgana we know now. Not someone who seems to feed off hatred.
So she really was a stain in life.
Or, not a stain.
So she really was a saint in life, like Mel described her.
Though I got the impression being a saint was more like a chain around her ankle, the only way that she was able to derive meaning from her life. Not to mention the other sense of solitude brought about by the knowledge that no one like her would ever come into her life.
You think she wanted to break free from the chains, then?
Even if she were able to, she would never be able to return to anything resembling normal. Much like I never had a normal body. Although... Oh, you're awake. That's good. What, you came to check up on me? Don't act so surprised. I'm plenty capable of showing concern for others. That said... no, that's actually not why I'm here. Looks pale. I know you're not feeling well, but if you're up to it, would you mind joining me for supper? I don't know why you would make such a big deal about asking me to. He's the one asking. I think he's getting suspicious. I see. I apologize for not handling my encounter with him better. Don't be. If he was sure I was playing him, I wouldn't be here. So don't blame yourself. Though, I would still appreciate it if you came. Absolutely. Turning him down would only give him more reason to be suspicious. True enough. I'll do my best not to let anything slip. You try and do the same, alright? Of course. Well, let's get going then. Sorry to wake you up, Michelle, but you owe rent.
You've been here for like maybe a day and a half. The church needs money, man.
You owe us a 600 USD equivalent of whatever this time frame is for the 1.5 nights.
Could the nun have told him what I said to her?
Whatever this is about, we don't want to keep him waiting. Be on your guard.
I will. What was that bump? I know it was from the game, but like, what was that bump?
Here he is.
I see that. I've been waiting. I saved you a couple of seats, so go on, sit down. Oh, this is menacing. This is menacing. That bread looked good, though. I want some garlic bread. I haven't had garlic bread in so long. Oh, even the music. This is unbearable. What's the matter, Mel? You've hardly touched your food. Lost your appetite.
I've never been a very big eater.
No. Then why don't you give the rest to your friend here? It's a bit bland, but it's passable. Wouldn't you say?
This pressure is nothing if not overwhelming. How does he expect anyone to eat with air so tense? And Mel refuses to even look at him. And considering he's the reason Mel's involved in this at all, I can understand not wanting to make eye contact.
Or even be in the same room. Are you not going to eat either? Don't worry, there's no poison in it. The thought never even crossed my mind. Why would you think I would be concerned about my meal being poisoned? It was only a joke. I don't see the Lord anywhere. He's gone back to his manor. I thought you were his bodyguard. He's a lord. He has more than one guard.
Why did you invite us to supper?
Is there any reason I shouldn't have?
There are plenty.
Such as?
Like,
I imagine anyone would feel a bit overwhelmed dining with the Lord's personal bodyguard.
Like that.
In fact, I'm surprised you two knew each other at all, let alone were on good enough terms to share supper together. You haven't told this man anything, have you, Mel?
Nothing. All I told him was that you were the Lord's bodyguard.
I see. You were joking, but I'm kind of freaked out right now. Just from the tense atmosphere? You want to know what kind of terms we're on?
What?
We're accomplices. Such a shame this is how your reunion had to turn out. You finally get to see him again, only to learn he's a criminal.
Wait, what are you?
What crimes might you be referring to? Take a guess. What sort of atrocities do you think we're committing?
What is he doing? Why would he tell you that?
He wants to gauge my reaction, I assume. I have to choose my words carefully. I can't say much, but I won't get anywhere saying nothing either. How should I handle this? I have no idea. All I'm asking you to do is guess. Just say the first thing that comes to mind. You're putting me on the spot, telling me my friend is a criminal and asking me to guess his crime. Did you honestly think you would get any sort of answer out of me? You make a fair point. Then allow me to change the question. If you found out a friend of yours was a criminal, would you still be able to be their friend? That question makes you uncomfortable too. Consider it a sort of sideshow to liven up your meal. Don't take it too seriously. It would depend on if they feel guilty about what they've done, and if they have any intention of making penance for their crimes. And Mel, well, he's someone who would be ashamed of any wrongdoing he might or might not have participated in. I see. Well, what about you? If you had done something you knew to be wrong, would you be ashamed? Would you make penance? Maybe. Maybe not. You have one heck of a friend here, Mel. Michelle. That was your name, wasn't it? Do you have any other friends? I don't have many, no. Any in this land? No. Why do you ask? I don't have any friends here either. Or maybe I never had any at all.
Maybe he wants to be your friend, Michelle.
Somehow I doubt that.
Yeah, I guess not.
Any family? I left home some time ago. Are they too far to visit regularly? Why do you want to know? I'm in a similar situation myself. I thought it might be nice to find some common ground. I find it difficult to take him at his word. So you made the long journey all the way out here so you could see him. That I did. This is just a small detour in his travels. That's what you told me, isn't it? That's right. How very gracious of you to go so far out of your way for him. Oh, and Mel, I have a question for you as well. What kind of question? Think of it like a little game. You're standing on the edge of a cliff. On your left hand is your sister, and on your right, him. They're both about to fall. You can only save one of them. Whose hand do you grab? Surely this isn't the first time you've heard the scenario proposed. It's not real, it's just hypothetical. Don't take it so seriously. I know I've given you similar choices before in the past, where the one that you don't choose gets killed, but you know, this one's specifically hypothetical. We're having dinner. Don't be so serious. Come on, it's just a game. You know that, right? You don't need to answer. As he said, I'm only here to see him. When I heard that there was going to be a festival, I requested permission to remain until then. If that displeases you for any reason, I apologize. But hypothetical or not, a question like that makes it uncomfortable for everyone involved. Or are you trying to make him feel cornered? Not at all. It was merely a question. I never meant to make him uncomfortable. My apologies. Now I suppose I should take my leave, as it seems my presence makes it hard to enjoy the food. Relax. I'm not staying here tonight. I won't get in the way of your reunion anymore. You said you would be here until the festival, or the Harvest Festival. They're supposed to be putting on quite the impressive event. Look forward to it. May I ask you one thing before you go? What do you think of the nun? Are you very close to her? I am not close to anyone. Yeah, so it's, I really do feel like it's the lore, because the fact that the nun is named Marie, that's one syllable away from Maria. So I feel like we have the wrong assumption. So, yeah. Thank you. I was hoping to handle it better than that, but I just can't seem to keep it together around him. I'm really sorry. I can hardly blame you. Thanks. There's something really unsettling about him. I can't say I disagree. What was the deal with that question anyway? Cliff one? Yeah. I think it's best if you don't linger on it. Any way you look at it, he had to be... Never mind. Anyway, keep your eye out. You probably want to be extra careful tonight. After all, I'm scared he might end up, or be up to something. There's no saying where he actually went. I'm with Mel. I have a bad feeling about what he might do. After a conversation like that, you'd be crazy not to be on alert. That would be wise, yes. I plan to head straight back to my room. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Do you really think we'll be able to get his key? It
still can't bring myself to believe there's anything between him and the Saintess. And the Lord's pretty much always inaccessible.
Does the Lord say anything when you're all together?
Such as?
Anything at all. Something to give me some idea what kind of person he is.
Sorry, I've got nothing. I usually keep my mouth shut when I'm with them, and they hardly talk to each other either.
I see.
Sorry. I'm pretty sure you've already heard this, but the Lord's an incredibly suspicious man. I'm not sure he's capable of trusting anyone at all. So it's not really a situation where I can go up and ask him about his personal life. After several failed assassination attempts, among other things, he's just grown to be suspicious of everyone around him. If everyone's walking up to him and he even thinks that they might try something, that's all it takes for him to have them beheaded. As a person, his reputation's awful, but he has done a ton to improve the city's economy, so the merchants and artisans think he's alright.
And out of curiosity, what's the Lord's name?
Huh? Oh, you don't know that either? His name is Jean-Francois Barnier.
What?
That name doesn't fit him at all.
Not one bit. He does not look like a Jean-Francois. I don't know, or Jean? Probably not Jean. I don't know. Probably not John also.
Could that mean he's not the Lord then?
No, the Lord is the only other person who did enough to earn Morgana's wrath and be on the receiving end of her reconstruction wish. It has to be him, but between this and the nun being named Marie, things are starting to get a bit muddled.
Hold on a second. I think I've heard the name Barnier somewhere.
There was a diary in the library when I lived in the mansion, as I recall, written by someone named Barnier. Actually, now that I think about it, that same diary also showed up in Mel's next life. In it, he was complaining about not having gotten the larger of the family estates.
And a bad harvest, I think. That was one of the books your family sent you, right?
Actually, that was the one book they didn't. It was already in the library when I arrived.
You think he could have written it?
And here I thought it was just scribblings of a disgruntled noble. If the book really is that old, I'm amazed that it was in such good condition for so long. We can't be more than 100 years behind our own time, so it's not inconceivable that he would still be in good shape then. But Mel came back many hundreds of years after that. It's almost like it was frozen in time.
You know, I think time actually may have been stopped during the times the mansion wasn't present in the living world. I keep it clean, yes, or I kept it clean, yes, but one person going around dusting wouldn't be enough to keep it from falling into disrepair over hundreds of years.
Just what on earth is that mansion? Is it also part of Morgana's miracle?
What's the matter? You've been just standing there staring off into space.
Oh, sorry, I got lost in thought.
You seem to do that a lot, just go off into your own world. I swear you've got to be more absent-minded than me. That's not important though, I guess. Anyway, so I've been trying to think of ways I can help, but sorry, I haven't been able to come up with anything.
It's fine. I'm simply glad to have you by my side.
Sure. Well, I should get back to my room. If you have any good ideas, let me know.
I will. I should head back too.
I know we don't have much time, Michelle, and that concerns you, but try not to agonize over it too much.
Sorry. After how well yesterday went, it just feels like we've come to a screeching halt. Honestly, I'm having trouble processing everything.
How about for now we just focus on the immediate issues?
I suppose.
To start with, we're going to want to talk to the nun again tomorrow. We might have an easier time of it if we brought Mel or Nellie along. She'd probably be more inclined to believe us about the observation tower if it came from them.
That might work. Though it presents another potential problem. What if she doesn't believe them? It could put the two of them at risk. And there's also the chance she's not involved with the swordsman at all, as she claims. In which case, convincing her doesn't get us any closer to getting the truth out of him. Maybe it would be better to approach it from the Lord's... Oh.
Did you hear that? It came from over by the window. Maybe it's a cat!
I'll go check. What relevance is there a cat? Ah! Eee! Dang it, there's someone in there. It's a ghost. There's a ghost out there. Get away from the window. Hurry, you don't want it to possess you. Calm down. Your scream startled me far more than anything.
How am I supposed to calm down? We have to go find Mel and get another room. We can't stay in this one any longer. No way.
I don't think it was a ghost. In fact, I'm going after them.
What? No, you can't be serious. Michelle!
Pretty sure they went this way.
Let's go back to the mansion. You're chasing a ghost. You're out of your mind.
You know, now that I think about it, she's essentially a ghost herself, afraid of another ghost. I think I saw movement in the bushes over there. Is this the one? Oh! Okay. Just having your rats out.
You found me.
What if their like personalities switched?
Is that who I think it is?
Be a good boy and pretend you never saw me, got it? I'm off. Hold on.
Go after her.
Stop, please. I want to talk to you.
You stop. Why are you chasing me? For the record, I wasn't breaking in for nefarious reasons, so you don't need to take me into the guards.
I'm not going to report you. All I want to do is talk.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Well, I do, so please stop.
What's your deal anyway? You some kind of creep?
You're the one trying to come into my window. No. How the heck's a man chasing a woman down a dark road not a creep? As if you look any less suspicious. Screw off and stop chasing me, dang it. Then stop running. Is someone there? Perfect. Help, please. I'm being chased by a strange man. What are you? He's going to do terrible things to me. Well, this is,
Is this as bad as it looks?
It's worse.
What's going on here?
Wait a minute. Don't do anything rash. I can explain. I'm completely innocent.
Maria?
Well then. Do they swap places, maybe?
Things are suddenly looking better for us.
So it would seem. What are you doing here, Maria?
Oh wait, are you? Is that you, Pauline?
Interesting. What, they know each other? And she called her... So I was right. That is your name.
That is my earthly name. It is not who I am now. I am Marie. I no longer go by that name.
Marie? That's your name? That's a laugh. You joking?
I am not.
And that outfit. You become a nun or something? That part of the gag? That's why you call yourself Marie, huh? Name suits you a heck of a lot better than me. The Virgin Mary's namesake grows up to be a spicy lady.
while sweet little Pauline grows up to be a genuine Virgin Mary. What do you say? Want to take my earthly name and I'll take yours? Don't have to be so crude. It seems like this could go south very quickly. That reminds me, I heard word that there was a saintess or whatever at the church here. That you? A saintess, huh? That's just what people call me. I don't actually consider myself a saint. Pure as ever, I see. If it were me, I'd let them put me up on that pedestal, bask in the worship for a while, then swipe all the tithes and get the heck out. You're unbelievable, Maria. Oh, I'm just kidding. Don't take what I say so seriously. What did you come here for, Maria? That's what spicy ladies do. We come and go. And we're anywhere and everywhere, and then we're gone. You two realize this is a church, right? I know, sacred ground, no place for a dirty old spicy lady like me. I'm going to heck, yada yada. I didn't say that. I would rather you refrained from working on church property. I was on my way out, in fact, but then that white-haired dude came after me. I do believe you tried to break into my room first. What? You keep your mouth shut! You tried to break in? What for? What's it matter what for? I'm a spicy lady. Maybe someone hired me. Or maybe I came to pillage the tithe box? Was it the Lord? Is that who came, or you came to see? Huh? Why would you assume the Lord of all people? There are plenty of other men in need of my services. I thought there might be something between you two. There's nothing between us. Everyone's denying their connections to each other. So, since you're here, Maria, do you want to stop by my place for a bit? So you can grill me about what I'm here for? No, I will admit I'm curious, but if you want to talk about it, I won't try and force you. We just haven't seen each other in so long. I'm sure we've got plenty to catch up on. Come on, surely you can stay for tea at least. They don't call you the saintess for nothing, huh? You'll even invite a spicy lady into your house for a friendly chit-chat. I wish you'd stop calling me that. You're an old friend who I haven't seen in years. It's only natural to want to catch up, is it not? They're old friends? Not sure what that exactly applies to us, you know. But, sure, why not? Though, to tell you the truth, I have no idea what the heck we'd even talk about. So I'll agree to come on one condition. White hair comes with. What? Who, me? That's so convenient for me. You can't let this opportunity go. Now that we know the nun is Pauline, we might be able to get more out of her. That's fair, but I'm not sure how comfortable I am bringing a man into the house with only girls. And I'm not sure how comfortable I am going. What's the big deal? You're afraid he might turn feral? No, He ain't that kind of guy. You've got nothing to worry about. You seem to trust me quite a bit for someone who you just met. Not so much trust, more like the air you give off? Air. You don't look like you got the the stuff to do it. What did you just say? Dang it, that stings worse than she has any way of knowing. Oh no, don't let it get to you. There's nothing you can do about that. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on, get your butts moving. Okay. I'm not sure I like where this is going. Giselle's right, though. This could be a good chance to get some new information. Ah! What? What is it? I just remembered. Something vital? She called me a creep! In the third door, she kept calling me a creep! It just occurred to me now that she was talking about me like that behind my back. I can't believe she would do that! Let it slide for now. That's something she does in the future, after all. I'm not a creep, am I? Well, considering what you were like at the time, I can't really blame her for thinking that. I wish I could erase that phase of my life entirely.
Looking back on your cringe middle school self, just,
Even I get shivers thinking about the maid me.
I honestly don't think it was that bad myself.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Please do. That maid outfit, though, is quite alright. You were weird as the maid, but, like, honestly, you should probably keep that outfit. It was really cool.
Oh, hello, dearest Michelle. What brings you here so late? Did you come to see me?
Here's the pipsqueak.
She lives here. I took her in.
Oh, it's a strange lady, and she's wearing almost nothing. Are you not cold in that?
Girl, you don't make it in this business worrying about the cold.
What kind of work do you do? Your clothes are really pretty colors, like something a princess would wear.
In a way, I'm kind of like a princess. A wicked princess who goes around Maria, she does not need to hear that. Oh, what's the fuss? I'm just getting her a glimpse of the real world.
And you think now is the time for that?
This isn't awkward or anything. Also, what's this dearest Michelle about? You two a thing or something? Seems a bit young for you. No, that's just what she calls me.
That's what I call my brothers. He's my number 2 brother, but we're not related. My real brother's back at the church. He's got the same color hair as me, and we look a little alike.
Oh, really? Must be a pretty good-looking fella if he's related to you.
Of course he is. I wouldn't let him be my brother if he didn't look good. If my brother was ugly, I would disown him.
That's quite the assertion, Nellie. It's so lively in here. I'm stranded in uncharted territory. Oh, I bet you're stiff as a board out there.
Relax. Deep breaths.
You're asking the impossible.
All right, well, sit down and make yourselves comfortable, everyone. I'll go make some tea and something to snack on while I'm in there.
It's a girls' night in. This will be fun. Why is Michelle here, though?
You have no idea how much I wish I knew. Oh, that's not important, but you know it is. 3 girls, 1 guy. It's gotta be rough. Actually, you make that 4 girls. Whoops.
Huh? Why would that be rough?
Tell me, you got 3 girls in 1 room. What do you think they're gonna be talking about?
Love, romance,
and there he sits, all alone in a pink cloud of girl talk.
That sounds uncomfortable.
And we get to watch him twist and squirm.
That sounds like fun.
Michelle's just like, help. What do they think that I am? Their plaything? I didn't just sense you smiling too, did I? Oh, no, not at all. I was just thinking I kind of feel bad for you. Why don't I believe you? We don't have time for this. Morgana's still locked up in that tower even as we speak. I get where you're coming from, but I don't think this will turn out to be a waste of time. All 3 of them have ties to the men with the keys. We could very well learn something from their conversations that could lead to a breakthrough. So I say we participate. See how it goes. What's this? Already friends, you two?
Yep, I like this new lady a lot.
She's a sweet little girl. What's not to love?
You know, that kind of makes me jealous. It took you a long time to warm up to me, Nellie.
What? No, it didn't. I don't think.
I don't know. It felt to me like you were keeping your distance.
Well, you know, it's not easy to work up the courage to talk to a real-life saint.
Oh, Nellie, I know it's not that big, or you know it's not that big of a deal. I'm not even a real saint. So, what's the conversation?
Love, romance.
How about your taste in guys?
Oh.
Do you have anyone? A crush? A special someone? You do, don't you?
I am a servant of God the Father, so no, I do not have anyone.
Oh, come on. We won't tell, promise. Forbidden love, so romantic, so exciting.
You know, I think you should go first, Nellie.
I like princely boys. My brother is the closest thing to my ideal. Oh, and I mean my real brother.
You don't say.
You, Maria? Well, what kind of guys do you like?
Also, sorry, I accidentally hit my desk. Me? I like me a nice subservient man. Someone who knows I'm in charge. Subtlety isn't her strong suit, huh?
Why not someone you can always count on, or encouraging and supportive, or sweet and kind? Someone like that would be...
Guys like that only light you little tween girls' fires. Things get a little more complicated as you get older. Life stops being quite so simple, and so you start wanting to find someone who will make the daily load of even a little bit easier to swallow.
Really? I'm not sure I want to grow up anymore.
But I guess that's partially a result of who I am, so who knows? Maybe you'll have it a little bit better.
I hope so. Okay, now it's your turn, Sister Marie.
Me? I suppose I could tell you who my favorite angels are.
No, it has to be someone real. You have to have someone.
I already told you. There's someone else who hasn't gone yet. There's someone else who hasn't gone yet. I can go after that, can't I? Who else is there? You know, that's not a half bad idea.
Agreed, I want to know too.
No dodgy answers either. Michelle's just like, huh? What?
What kind of girl do you like, Michelle?
What? You're not supposed to bring me into the conversation. Lighten up, loosen up, let us have it. It's a very complicated personal matter. Then how about we make things simple and turn it into a choice? A choice? Of the three of us, who ticks the most boxes on your complicated tastes? Don't think too hard about it, just pick one. Me. The teensy tiny one. Or the nun. Who'll it be? What on earth have I gotten myself into? The way they're staring at me, I'm not getting out of this. Don't make me actually choose. Oh, wait, I'm not interested in women. Ooh, I mean, we are though. We are interested in women. We don't have interest in men.
I already have someone. Ooh.
What, really? Psh, that's no fun. You can still tell us what lights your fire at least, even if you've already got someone. Loving someone is a beautiful thing. I will pray for God to grant you both his blessing.
What's she like, though? I want to know. Tell us about her.
What's she like? She's always smiling. She's a very cheerful, energetic person. The opposite in me in many ways. So, is she staying at the mansion with you? No. I am here alone.
Does she not feel the same way about you?
Unrequited love, is it? You poor thing. It won't be cheap, but I'll keep you company for the night if you want. She loves me too.
Then why isn't she here? If you're a couple, you're supposed to stay together. Did you leave her behind when you left?
Circumstances prevent us from seeing each other right now. I can always feel her there by my side, but I can't see her.
What circumstances?
Now, Nellie, don't be prying. It's a personal matter, one I'm sure isn't easy for him.
Will you ever be able to see her again?
I have faith that I will. Because when I see her next, in the flesh, I need to take her by the hands, look her in the eyes, and tell her something very important.
Michelle, is she somewhere really far away? Or is there something else getting in your way?
Women are fickle creatures, though. You may think she'll always love you, but you spend enough time apart, and who knows how those feelings might change. We're not as bullheaded as you guys tend to be. While you're here, away from her, wish she could find someone else she likes. Or maybe she already has. I would never! Her feelings will never change. She has spent more time waiting for me than you could possibly imagine. Though there are times she lost sight of what she was waiting for. Deep down in her heart, she never forgot about me. I know that for a fact. I don't buy that sickly sweet love is eternal stuff one dang bit. It's short-sighted, ignorant. People change. Their feelings change. It's the ones you think you care the most about who will inevitably stab you in the back one day. That's what people do. You've just never had the pleasure. But one day you will. You'll taste the bitterness of betrayal. Is there anyone in your life you care about more than yourself? Not a one. You wouldn't understand what we have together then. But someday, if you ever find someone who means that much to you, I think you'll come to understand that it is possible to love someone even if they do sometimes cause you pain. You're telling this to a spicy lady. That already has me out of the running.
I don't think that's true. Anyone can find someone, no matter who they are. It doesn't matter how old you are or what kind of work you do, or if you're a noble or a peasant.
Oh, come on, you're making it sound like I'm the bad guy here, because you kind of were. In this case, she might actually be more mature than you, Maria. Oh, shove it.
Now that Michelle's answered, it's your turn.
What? Do I really have to?
You do! Everyone else has answered.
Like I said, I don't have anyone. Oh, don't forget about the tea I made, it's getting cold. Anyway, I'm more interested in catching up with you, Maria, than talking about boys. What happened after you left? Alright, sure. We can talk about that. Oh no, did I answer the wrong way? So that way I won't, like, get the answer? An orphanage. Although it is continuing, so maybe we're okay on that. Yep, neither of us had parents or family, so we were raised in an orphanage. Beyond the second door, Pauline had a family and seemed to be quite well off. I guess that's not the case here. Totally forgot to ask about your day. It's been going good so far. I was very cozy in bed. Bye. Because basically, I just wake up, eat, and then stream. I watched the second episode of Mashal though, because I got caught up on Dungeon Meshi, so I'm like, okay, well, I guess I have to watch something in between episodes. Because Dungeon Meshi was something that I was watching while I would eat dinner and like stuff. So it's like, man, now I need something else to accompany me during my meals.
So you grew up together then? Sister Marie's never told me about her childhood before.
I don't like to talk about the past. And not the best of memories after all. I'd say we're both lucky we made it this far in life. You still keep in touch with that heap of a director? Now don't talk about him like that. He's not a bad person. Yeah, I know. In your mind, everyone's not a bad person. He isn't, really. But yes, he stops by occasionally to check in. He was the one who set me on the path of becoming a nun. He was always fond of you. Perfect little angel you were. I doubt he liked me any more than anyone else. Compared to you, I was a heckin' gremlin.
You were a naughty girl, weren't you, Maria?
The naughtiest girl around. I'd throw rocks at the walls, making all the little holes, and one time I even filled the director's shoes with dog. That would make anyone angry. I wasn't always a little, mind you. The director either loved you or hated you. There was no middle ground. And if he didn't like you, life was heck. He'd make you go without supper or force you to sleep outside like that.
That's awful.
I had no idea he was doing that to you. You could have said something.
Like that would have made a difference. You adored the dang director.
He never would have believed me over him. Once you put your trust in someone, you refuse to believe they could be anything less than perfect. Completely blinded by faith. I don't.
You do.
The only reason you're willing to believe me now is because it's been so long, because there are other people here. This would probably be a good time to step in, Michelle. Change the subject or something. I feel kind of bad for her. How long were you two together? Until you're around 10, I think. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right, yeah. I got fed up with everything and ran off, ended up at a brothel. Been a spicy lady ever since. It's been, what, 10 years now? I'm practically a veteran.
Do you like life at the brothel better than the orphanage, Maria?
Between the two, I'd take the brothel any day. There, I've got friends and colleagues, although I did lose a whole lot of them 4 years ago. Wait. Was she from the same brothel that Morgana hung out at? 4 years ago. I remember hearing word of a brothel raided by bandits around that same time. Was that where you worked, Maria?
Yep. And what a nightmare that was. I mean, why the heck would you raid a spicy lady house? Why not go after some noble's estate, or the dang lord for that matter? A brothel raided by bandits 4 years ago.
What's the matter? Trying to make those forehead wrinkles permanent?
I know I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm beginning to think Maria might have had some contact with Morgana in life as well.
Oh?
4 years ago would make Morgana 12. And where was she then?
Ah!
I have a question for you, Maria. Was there a girl by the name Morgana at that brothel? You know Morgana? So my suspicion was right. Yeah, Morgana was there. Me and the other girls looked after her together, but after the bandits razed the place, I never saw her again. What a travesty that was. It was chaos. Only a handful of us even survived. I figured she'd either been killed or sold off somewhere. But if you know her, that means she's alive, right? That's great to hear. I've been worried about her ever since.
Michelle, Morgana's the Saintess's name, isn't it? That's what you told me.
Huh? Saintess? That's right, Nellie. It is indeed the name of the person who performed your miracle.
And she's locked up in the tower now.
Locked up? You told Nellie all that nonsense too, Michelle?
It's not nonsense. Mel told me everything. It's all true. He feels terrible about what he's done, but he can't set her free by himself.
No, now you too.
You need the other 2 keys. The Lord has one and his bodyguard has another. After learning the truth, I knew I had to tell you. But I was too afraid you wouldn't believe me. And if you didn't believe me, something bad might happen to Mel.
It's not good to tell lies, Nellie. And the same goes for your brother as well.
What?
The Lord stores his valuables in that tower. That's why it's locked up and you can't get in. Or are all 3 of you after his wealth?
Of course not.
And you, Michelle, you need to stop planting these strange suspicions and... See, this is exactly what I was talking about. You haven't changed one bit. You won't even give someone the time of day if they're saying anything that contradicts someone you've decided to trust. Can the, watchtower, was it? Can you not bust the door down? I'm still lost as heck here. But the long and short of it is Morgana might be in that tower. She is, yes. It might be possible to break down the door with a dozen or so people to help, but it's infeasible. Besides, opening the door isn't our only objective. So we need the other keys. Correct. It's not true. He would never do that to someone. People think he's scary and mean, but they're wrong. He's a sweet, respectable man. He would never lock up an innocent girl. even though everyone else is saying he would. If I don't believe in him, then who will? So you are more than acquaintances. If you really had that much faith in his goodness, then tell us that after you've seen what he's done. Pauline, assuming, hypothetically, there really is someone in the tower, there's nothing I could do about it. I'm a nun. I have no real authority here. I'm just a pretty face. Nevertheless, he started this to help you. So if you tell him to stop, he might actually listen.
Please, Sister Marie, help us set the Saintess free.
Your ability to trust someone so completely is actually pretty amazing. But if you let it turn into blind faith, it'll come and bite you. Bite you in the... Could I please ask the two of you to leave? An old friend of mine might be being held prisoner right now, and you expect me to just scamper on home? Go. She's a little too innocent, perhaps, but I don't think your faith is entirely blind. You are a woman who is capable of making decisions for herself. I know you are. Yes, you've placed your complete faith in one man, but that hasn't stopped you from considering what you should do with your own life. You were never short-sighted. We only met yesterday. What could you possibly know about me? Give me some time. Until tomorrow. Time to think about what to do. As you wish. So, is all that really true? It is. How do you know any of that, though? Because... what story should I go with this time? Should I use the letter again? Forget it. It's not that important. Pipsqueak ain't one to go throwing around accusations like that for... Whoops. Point is, I'll take your word for it. And if we get the door open and it turns out that no one's there, no harm done. So you believe me? You're not lying, are you? No, I'm not. Then that's it. Frustrating part is, winning over a spicy lady isn't going to get you very far towards fixing anything. That's not true. Just knowing you believe me is reassuring. If you say so. Could I ask you something? You did come here in search of the Lord, didn't you? He has the third key, without which we cannot get into the tower. My gut tells me you're the one who's going to make that possible. I think... Michelle's still not understanding. I feel like if anything, she might have been trying to get to the swordsman. Because the nun mostly has a connection to the Lord instead of the swordsman. So I think if anything, Maria might be more connected to the swordsman. Like, it's really hard to tell. It might have just been a coincidence, but why would you think that? Because you have a very strong connection to him. You may think I sound crazy, but your souls are inextricably bound together. Our souls? Don't even joke. I know how it sounds, but it's the only way. Okay, you got me. I'm done lying. You're right, I came here looking for the Lord. There's rumors going around saying that he's been seen coming in and out of the church here. So I figured I'd take the opportunity to cave his soul or skull in. You... what? What you gonna do about it? Call the guards on me? No, I won't. But tell me, why would you want to kill him? Why? What, are you not from around here? Well, you should know he's one heck of an aggressive ruler. I won't deny he's done wonders for the economy. This city's a great place to be if you're a merchant. Taxes are lower than anywhere else, and all you need is enough money and you can buy citizenship. But for the people who've lived here our whole lives, the poor, the peasants, those who need the most help, it's only getting harder to stay afloat. The gap's getting bigger by the day. While the main street's looking lavish and lively, people are literally starving to death on the back streets. He tore down this vineyard that's been around for generations to make room for more shops. And sure, you can import some heckin' fine wine from some other city, but where does that leave everyone who can't afford it? That reminds me, in the third door, he ran some other company's factory out of business for his own profit. Different businesses, same practices. Giselle? Merchants, especially those who come from other cities, get treated like kings, but the Lord still has plenty of enemies. Ah, I see. So you're someone who doesn't think highly of him, then? Pretty much. What would killing one man accomplish, though? Not much, probably. Make me feel a heck of a lot better, though. Do you not actually know the Lord in person, then? I've met him before, so I know who to look for. But that's about it. But there's none of this, what'd you call it, inextricably linked souls stuff? Nope. Thank you. Maria says she's met him, and Morgana mentioned seeing spicy ladies at the Lord's Manor when she was first taken there. Could you have been one of them, then? Changing the subject a bit, there's something I wanted to ask you about Pauline. Frankly, her being a nun, it doesn't make a heckin' lick of sense to me. What do you mean? I mean, this isn't what she wanted with her life. When we were kids at the orphanage, she wasn't exactly this pillar of faith. She said grace before meals, but only because those were the rules. All ceremony, nothing more to it. She appears to be quite devout to me. I'm thinking something had to have made her that way, forced her into the role. The girl I knew was pretty unexceptional. Had her head in the clouds, though, so we never really got along. But she was always talking about how when she left the orphanage, she'd find the perfect man, fall in love, get married. You could practically see the hearts in her eyes. They'd buy a comfortable house, have a few kids, maybe get a dog. It'd be a happy family, warm and peaceful. And every time she told me this, I'd snort and tell her she needed to get herself a more original dream, at which point she'd start crying and calling me mean. Wow, Maria was an impressively jaded 10-year-old girl. She was a girl in love with love, and now she's a bloody nun. Guess it kind of makes sense as an extension of her unwavering trust shtick, but I mean, come on. Surely she could have chosen someone better to put her trust in. Anyway, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, as unreceptive as she was back there, she wasn't doing it maliciously. Not that I have any right to defend her after all the stuff I gave her about it. You know, you're making it very hard to tell whether you like her or not. Don't think too hard about it. Just sticking up for an old acquaintance. Anyway, I think I'll head back. As concerned as I am about Morgana, there ain't much I can do. Guards aren't gonna believe the ramblings of some spicy lady, especially not when she's making accusations about the dang Lord. That part's gonna be the real I figure. If there's anything I can do, let me know. You can find me at the brothel in town. Well, I'm off. It's late. I'm not sure how safe it is for you to be wandering around in the dark alone. Maybe I should accompany you. Don't worry, this is my home turf. And besides, if someone did attack, I'm pretty sure I can outrun you. And overpower you at that. The worst part is she's probably right. But... this seems more important than the other one. I'm gonna say it's better to be safe. I would feel better knowing you made it back safely. I'm telling you, I don't need an escort. But if you insist, you're welcome to accompany me. The brothel's in the back streets. If you want, you can even stay for a bit. Have a little fun. I think I'll have to pass. Maybe one day I'll get that stick out of your. Giselle. Giselle?
What? Hello. What is it?
Been so quiet, I was getting concerned. It's good to know you're still there. I guess I sort of dozed off for a bit. I'm fine, though. No need to worry. Are you sure? Yeah, just, remind me what's going on, would you? You're positive nothing's wrong. Positive as positive can be. I promise, I just nodded off. I just convinced Maria to let me escort her back to the brothel. Seriously? Should I not have offered? I didn't think you were thoughtful enough to accompany a lady home at night. That's a low blow. Huh? I thought that's what Didier would have done, so that's what I did. Ah, I see. Well, make sure she gets back safely then. I will. Yo, you just gonna stand there? Get moving or I'll leave you in the dust. Very cute and sweet. Alright, this should do. The back streets aren't particularly welcoming to new faces popping up and wandering around after dark. Wouldn't want you to get mugged on your way back. I don't need that on my conscience right now. Alright. Out of curiosity, is the brothel you work at now the same one that was attacked 4 years ago? Nah, different place. Unless someone's done something with it, the one from 4 years ago is still abandoned. I've thought about fixing it up, getting everyone back together, but there's not many of us left, and, well, I'm not even sure I want to go back myself, you know? Understandable. What was Morgana like when she was there? Not sure what to tell you. She never talked much, so I'm not sure if she even liked being around us. I can assure you she did. She told me her time at the brothel was one of the few chapters in her life she remembers fondly. If that's true, that's good to hear. There were times I thought maybe we should take her to an orphanage somewhere, but, well, you know how my experience living at one of those went, so yeah. But at the same time, it's not like a bunch of spicy ladies were gonna make better parents, so I was never really sure what the right thing to do was. And then after the raid, well, I felt like she didn't have to be there, but I sillily thought that it was a good idea to keep a little girl in a lawless back streets. I can't tell you what the best choice would have been, but I could tell you time with her changed her for the better. So you don't need to feel guilty about choosing to keep her there. I appreciate it. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me about Morgana in more detail? It's a little bit late tonight, so how about tomorrow? I had a little something I want to give you too. Oh? It's nothing much, but you'll see. I'll sneak into the courtyard again tomorrow night. Alright, I'll meet you there then. Anyway, I'm off. Actually, one last thing before I go. Take this. What? A knife? To protect yourself. You sure don't look like you're carrying anything. I'm not, but if I take this, then you... It's fine, I've got two. You have... Collecting pointy things is one of my hobbies. That doesn't sound like the safest hobby. Anything with a nice sharp tip sends shivers down my spine. Makes my heart skip a beat. I'm not sure those are appropriate feelings to have about blades. This reminds me of the time Jacopo gave Maria a cartridge. She got pretty excited about that too. I can understand taking an interest in weaponry, but hers seems somewhat excessive, dangerously so. Anyway, I don't see why we shouldn't take it. She has a point. It is dangerous out at night. I'd honestly rather not be carrying a knife at all. What? Why not? They scare you. Ah, I'll be fine. It's only for self-defense, not hurting other people. Really, you don't have to worry about me. I do appreciate the consideration, though. If you say so. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. It's nothing. Just give it back to me tomorrow night and we're all good. Anyway, see you then. Stay warm. I'm pretty sure I'm dressed much warmer than her. We should get going too. All right. It is chilly tonight, though. It true? Did you hear that? I thought I heard a voice. I did. It came from the bushes over there. I'm going to see if I can get a little closer. Be sneaky. About the observation tower. Oh! Do you believe it is? Are we witnessing a tryst? In any other circumstances, I would just walk away and let them be. But she mentioned the tower, so I can't. We should listen in, and try not to get caught. Agreed. Several different people have told me the same thing, that there's something being held in the tower. Who was the first to mention it? Michelle. You know, the man who showed up yesterday. No, I'm in danger! No! He's staying in the room in the mansion. Ah, the one with the white hair. Yeah, him. Who else told you? Nellie. And while he hasn't said anything to me personally, she says Mel confirmed it as well. I see. There's no need for concern. The only thing in the tower is the Lord's fortune. Trust me, please. Pauline. You know how many enemies the Lord has. You know many of them would like nothing more than to see him fall. This allegation that he has someone imprisoned in his personal property is nothing more than a fabrication by these people. Don't be one of them. Support him. Support me. It's a terrible shame Mel and Nellie think the Lord would do such a thing. Don't listen to him, Pauline. He's lying to you. Should I stay hidden, or should I intervene? I believe you more than anyone in the world. You have my complete trust. You know that. But I would still like to see for myself. If there's no one in the tower, then that proves their accusations are baseless. Pauline, I want to trust you even more. So please, let me see what's in the observation tower. Please. You say there's no one there, so it shouldn't be any problem, right? Okay. I'll talk to the Lord when he's here tomorrow. I'll let you in without his permission, of course. Or I can't let you in without his permission, but once I've spoken with him, I'll take you to see what's in the tower. Thank you. I don't like the feeling of this. I don't like the vibes that's going on. It's getting late. You should head back. Okay. Don't look so glum, Pauline. We'll see each other again tomorrow night, as usual. Yeah. Well, good night. Good night. It sounds like she convinced him. I wouldn't be so sure about that. He could always move Morgana before letting Pauline in. We'll have to keep a close eye on him tomorrow. I know you're out there. What? Show yourself. If you won't come to me, then I'll have to come to you. I have a good idea why you're hiding. Michelle. Finally decided to show yourself, did you? How did you know I was there? Simple. I can sense the presence of others. That's hardly what I would call simple for most people. I was hoping to enjoy the show a little longer. Huh? You remember what I said at supper about our little sideshow? What about it? Well, it looks like we have to go off script. Go off... What?
You still don't get it?
He sounds pretty agitated, Michelle. You need to get out of there now.
Can you not see him, Giselle?
What?
He's got his hand on his sword. I can't risk turning my back on him. I should have stepped in while Pauline was still around. I don't have many opportunities to do this these days, so I was planning on taking it nice and slow. There are so many obstructions outside. It makes this kind of work difficult.
Michelle!
You care about the nun, about Pauline. If she really means something to you, then you need to set Morgana free. Keeping her locked up will bring no one anything but pain, and that includes Pauline. But why should I care?
Michelle!
I feel something resembling a glare, and the next thing I know, the man's inches away from me, swinging his sword down. The knife! Miraculously, I managed to get the blade out just in time, catching his sword mid-descent with a sharp clang. See, that's why we went with her, because I was... because I figured something like this would happen, and I got a knife, so I got to defend myself. For the very brief moment, a look of perplexity crosses his face. Now's my chance to run. Oh!
Michelle!
How? Okay, maybe we're not good. Maybe we're not good. Ow. I stagger from the impact, and as I fall to the ground, I catch sight of it, the curved blade sticking out from my chest. He must have thrown his sword to prevent my escape.
Michelle! Michelle, what's happening? Stay with me, you have to stay with me!
I focus on the searing pain through my chest to keep my mind from growing any hazier, and begin crawling, trying to put some distance between us. And from behind, the man slams his heel into my back. How anticlimactic. I thought you'd hold out a little longer, considering you managed to brandish that knife.
Don't. Please, what are you doing? Get away from him, I'm begging you, spare him!
There's a name engraved on the handle. So it's not even your knife. Maria. Put that down.
Michelle!
Who did you get this from? Answer me. Not feeling cooperative, are we? That knife, as always, belonged to me. Maria simply refers to the Virgin Mary. Well, shouldn't be hard to find who they are. I know it's not her, at least. So, Mel, his sister, and this Maria are all colluding with you. What are you going to do to them? That should be obvious.
Leave them alone! No. Why did this have to happen?
It's not funny. The more lives you take, the further you become from human. That's not what you want, is it? I've always been a killer. I've always had this insatiable urge to take life. But I know, you always wanted to enjoy your reunion with them at the afterlife.
Michelle!
No! At least beg for your life, would you? Don't. Please stop this! Crawl through the dirt like the worm you are, and beg for me to spare you. Why are you doing this? No, please stop! Not even a scream? Really? You're no fun. Stop it, don't do this!
No! Okay, so we messed up somewhere.
The man's deranged cackling. Oops. And Giselle's desperate screams begin fading into the distance. I've long since lost any sort of idea about the condition of my body. In my attempt to save Giselle and Morgana, I've managed to not only fail that, but endanger everyone who was kind enough to help me. What have I accomplished?
Anything at all? Ending 0. Hey, way. Okay. So, So, I guess we don't walk her home, maybe. Because I don't think it would have much to do with, like, our girl talk. Maybe? I don't know.
I don't know.
Because I feel like walking her home made the most difference. So let's do that. Let's boop, boop. Let's not walk her home. It's like, you're gonna be good. Don't give me a knife. Oh gosh, give me a second.
That was a big sneeze.
I appreciate the thought. See ya. Hold on a second.
Huh?
Something else you needed? I would like, if you could, for you to tell me about the time you spent with Morgana. Anything you can, no matter how insignificant it may seem. I want to know what kind of life she had there. How's tomorrow sound? Tomorrow? I'll sneak into the courtyard tomorrow night. Meet me there and I'll tell you what you want to know. Why not now, though? No real reason. Just need a little time to sort things through.
See you tomorrow night. Stay warm.
Not even a chance to get another word in. Also, I feel like I'm dressed much warmer than her. Tomorrow night. That doesn't leave us with much time. Giselle?
What? Hello, what is it?
You've been so quiet, I was getting concerned. It's good to know you're still there.
I guess I sort of dozed off for a bit. I'm fine, though. No need to worry.
Are you sure?
I think we should head back, too. We've done about everything we can today.
You're right. Running into Maria was a great stroke of luck. I'm worried. Thanks to her, we now have confirmation that the nun is indeed Pauline. And we've potentially convinced Pauline to try and talk to the swordsman.
Depending on how things pan out tomorrow, we could be getting very close to accomplishing our goal. I'm sure it'll be smooth sailing, just like with Mel.
I certainly hope so. I'm worried, because even if we don't, like, eavesdrop on them, they're probably still having the conversation.
So before you go to sleep, do you want to talk for a bit?
Okay, we're at least in the bedroom. Oh, I'm worried. I'm worried that we're gonna not have a great time. Okay. Of course. In fact, I was about to ask you the same thing.
That's what you say, but on the inside you actually enjoy being surrounded by girls more than talking to me, don't you?
And you seem to enjoy teasing me.
I'm just kidding.
Truthfully, I don't think I've ever wished you were there to save me more than then. I've never been comfortable in such spirited environments.
Put 3 women in a room and it'll get like that, yeah. It can be overstimulating.
I could not have been even more out of my element.
I don't know, you seem to fit in pretty well to me.
You really think so?
You made for a great plaything.
Oh yes, I'm quite good at that, aren't I? I will say, there was one thing about the whole affair that surprised me.
Oh? What would that be?
I did not expect I would be able to have such a normal social interaction. And not because I'm awkward or a poor conversationalist. For most of my life, I was cursed, irregular, and you were the only one who didn't treat me like that. That came to be what I saw as normal. And as such, being able to participate in a social gathering like that is a very exotic sensation. It feels almost like it shouldn't be possible.
You are normal, Michelle. An ordinary man.
This right here. This is what I wish I always had in my life. And for me to finally attain it in death, though I suppose lamenting the details would make me ungrateful. I'm glad to have had the experience, though.
I'm glad to hear it.
So, I know I've been talking about how much I want to save Morgana, and that hasn't changed. Neither has my desire to change everyone's future. But if you want to leave this place, to go somewhere far away and have a life of your own, you have my full support. You've got everything you ever wanted. You have the right to choose to stay here, live in this time.
I wouldn't dream of it. I am not going to leave you trapped in that darkness. I will not make the same mistake twice. And regardless, there's no point in me choosing a life without you there as well in the flesh.
Okay then. Well, I'll be in here waiting.
Hopefully not for long. I really think Morgana and I have a great deal in common.
What?
One the daughter of God, a demon child. We were forced into inhuman roles. Living lives of solitude, constantly having things we cared about taken away from us. Including, ultimately, our lives. The big difference between me and her is that I had you. If you hadn't been there at the end of my mortal life, perhaps I too would have grown to despise those who had put me in through such misery. Cursed their very souls. She had no one, though. Not a single person to be there in her final days.
From what she told us, though, her life wasn't all sorrow and misery. She did eventually come to find happiness in her time at the brothel.
In fact, she even said that was where she learned to experience joy. Well, I know there was a number of girls there. If Maria was one of them she was particularly close with, perhaps her being here could have a positive effect on Morgana.
We'll have to see what she says tomorrow night.
That we will. And then our time limit is noon the next day. So we'll need to have everything necessary figured out by then. Everything it will take for her to have a change of heart.
I'm not worried one bit. I have complete confidence in you, Michelle.
I am somewhat worried.
Well, what's there to worry about? Here, I'll shout, "You can do it" 100 times.
So you're planning to cheer me to death?
I just want every last bit of you to know I'm rooting for you.
I assure you, you've made that abundantly clear.
Hey, there was something I wanted to tell you, if that's all right.
Yes?
When I learned about your past and about your body, it came as a big shock to me. That said, I'm confident you know that my feelings for you haven't changed one bit.
I do.
But what I want you to know is that even if I had found out back then, instead of after having waited hundreds of years for you to return, my feelings would still not have changed. If you had told me while you were alive, I would have still accepted you. Now, of course, I know it's not something you could have come out with so easily, especially considering everything you went through because of it. We only lived together for a little over a year, and we were only partners for a month, so I understand how difficult it would have been to think I wouldn't push you away. But I'm not sure you grasped just how much I loved you even then. My wounds ran deeper than even I knew, and them fully healing was simply not possible.
Hello, Thought Synapses. How you doing? Hopefully your day is going well so far.
Anyone else's touch, anyone else's warmth, my heart and body would have rejected. I sincerely wish I had expressed that to you more clearly. That it had to be you. That I needed you.
I did believe, at the time, that I could start over with you. That we could have a normal life together. Or, well, I fooled myself into believing it. But I could never rid myself of the guilt and shame at how it was impossible for me to give that to you. I would imagine our futures together. You smiling with our children in your arms, playing with them, scolding them, teaching them. And then I would remember I am incapable of giving you those children.
Doing good work day, good evening so far. That's good. Hopefully it stays good for ya.
Of even engaging in the prerequisite acts. And the more I wished for your happiness, the tighter that guilt constricted me. I do apologize for not saying anything.
You carried far more weight than any one person should ever have to carry alone.
You don't have to do that anymore.
For one, I'll support you no matter what.
And in this time,
You're normal to everyone, not only me. You have allies. You don't have to take everything on yourself anymore. I love you, Michelle.
I do. I absolutely adore you. Where is this coming from?
I wanted to say it, so I did. Is that a problem?
No problem.
You're blushing, aren't you? Your cheeks are as red as tomatoes. I wish I could see you now.
I'm going to open the window.
Why? It's night. It's going to be cold.
Exactly, I need to cool down. How cute. I'm very glad that the swordsman isn't coming in. Knock on wood that he's not actually right now.
Well, what are you eyeing at?
It's a spring snow. It's gorgeous. There was hardly a cloud when I was outside earlier. And now it's snowing.
Are you worried Maria might catch something out in this weather?
Hopefully she's in bed by now. I've never seen it snow in the spring before. Maybe I just wasn't paying any attention to what lay beyond the dark walls of that house. Right? Such sweet little goobers.
Maybe.
Have you?
Have I?
Seen a springtime snow before?
3 or 4 times, perhaps. Not so very often, no. So not very often.
Ah, so you've seen this already.
Would it have been better if I hadn't?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I just thought it would be nice if it was the first time for both of us.
You sound like a little kid.
Is that childish? Well, I don't mind either way. I'm still glad my first time seeing it isn't alone. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Little specks of white drifting through the darkness?
Yes, I can see it. It's beautiful. I'm happy I could see this with you too.
I'm worried. I'm worried.
You don't want the wind to cool you off too much now. I think it's time for you to warm back up.
Sorry. I was so engrossed by the sight.
Maybe it'll stick and you can see it again tomorrow. The grounds would be quite lovely covered in snow. But for now, you should get some sleep.
I suppose.
You already passed out once today. You need to make sure you're well rested.
Hard to argue with that. I'll be counting on your help again tomorrow. Our success or failure depends on how tomorrow goes.
That it does. Let's make it count.
Good night, Giselle.
Good night, Michelle.
Right, absolutely no death flag foreshadowing anything. Oh no, especially with her being nervous like this. She can tell something bad is gonna happen. She has that feeling. We're gonna have to, like, figure out something with the swordsman. Either, like, avoiding him or something. This is gonna be tough. Oh. Why are we in the cellar? That's concerning. Okay, real quick before we continue. I am gonna take a break because I am starving. I had very little food before the start of stream. So I think hopefully my rice should be good to go.
So we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break, Eggy Buddy. So make sure to at least get a stretch, or get a snack, or use the bathroom, or get some water, or whatever you need to do. And we'll be back and continue this in about 10 minutes, because I'm hungry. Okay. So I will be back. Wah!
Oh gosh, it's on the ceiling. Great way to go. Better, I'm missing something. Yeah, I feel like this is the right way to go. Darn! I messed up. Well, what was... Wow. Wow. Oh no. Probably not. Among Us. Her archetype was set up invincibility? The seventh rule! Oh no, the washing machine. That was so fun. It got so sus, but that was so fun.
Get a load of this!
No, no, no. Okay. Okay.
No! Get a load of this!
Okay. Okay. I think. Oh, they're right next to me. Oh, there's a door there. There's a door. Ah, they're right on my tail. Ah! Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Woo. But let us let's change to the screen. This is a great stream. Yeah. Now we gotta find someone to raid while you guys throw stuff at me. Those are so aggressive throws. Oh my god. Ooh, I'm beautiful.
Thank you for the subline. How are you doing? For 2 months. Yeah, how are you doing? I haven't seen you for a little bit. Oh,
And once again, no hesitation. Thank you for the 10K biddies once again. My goodness. Thank you again so much. You don't what you can see. Take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Just screw these people driving, screw the train. I'm Sonic, I can do anything. Nobody can tell me what to do. Don't believe so? Name them Jerry. Isn't there someone already? Wait, no. I was thinking of Jerry from Back in Undertale. I don't know. I kind of want to name them Beaches. And thus our contract is struck. Bring me the god tears and I shall reward you. No! 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 Yeah, I'm already doomed. Let me just fly into the void. Can I save it? I'm not sure if anything's low enough for me. That wasn't me that brought her to you guys.
Following?
Oh no. Ew.
Oh,
No! No! No!
You
You got me
What
stuck!
the-
You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
You got
Why
me
did you
stuck!
just keep running?
No! Mentistrated.
Sasha?
Come on!
Coach! Lily? No.
Protocol. I told you being a peon will be cool. Noah!
Angel. Yeah, I'll upload a pic to Twitter. Where did that even come from? Aren't you all probably not know I'll be buried? What? Oh no, he yoinked me. Okay, let's- No! No! I'm trying to get away! No! I'm running away from this bear. It's like I know when I'm on a bad side of town. That's valid, actually. That's valid.
The power of the
Wait, what? My goodness. I mean, I would spoil Astarion. I'm thinking of the one where like Dena goes wild, and like I really like how they had it in the visual novel to where like while she was going deeper and deeper into the deep end, her text kept getting like slightly redder and redder, and she was gonna blow up the school because aliens, but like Keiichi talked her out of it. I think that's the one where like everything was okay, but then like everybody died of a gas leak or something, or like the mountain exploding, quote unquote. I liked how they did that with that visual of the text changing as her mind slowly like it's not great. Like, yeah, this one is Maria, this one is Rosa. Rosa really doesn't like her daughter Maria, so she goes boo boo boo. Like basically lifts up the dolls and it's just like she hits Maria, just boom 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 boom. This game will make you in 5 seconds out. Because there wasn't a hook next to that portrait. Why is a big boy here? Okay, fine. Oh my god, it brought me back here. It brought me back to the first little area. This coach guy was the kind of person who said crazy things out of nowhere. According to Mion, I took everything he said seriously. I physically wouldn't be able to take it. If I was able to ignore that part of him, he seemed like he would really be a funny guy. Yeah, that's what we needed. You're coming with us. You're coming with us, Yuri. Get on the ground. I'm sorry, what's going on back here? What's going on? Why are they playing kazoos? I can't read their fanfiction when they're playing kazoos. I see. Oh! I look like a goblin or like an orc.
my nose.
Okay. That was very. It was very prominent. Ooh. Not too bad looking here. I kind of like the look of this one. I don't know if it fits aesthetically, but I like how that looks a whole lot. Psych! Oh my gosh! Oh my god! My goodness!
And we're back.
hopefully everybody's break went good. I almost gave myself the hiccups from eating my food too fast. Ah! Hello, Sans. How are you doing? My goodness. The randomizer really likes Bailey. My goodness. How are you doing? Hopefully your day is going good. I forget which one. It was this one, right? Yeah. I figure while I'm stealing Bailey's identity, I will leave off the glasses. Good, you guess? Oh no, it's only you guess? Good? Oh no! Well, hopefully today goes better. Probably better than what it's going for Michelle right now, because we woke up in a cellar. Huh? My head feels like someone drove a spike through it. What's going on? Am I in the cellar? What? My hands are tied behind my back. What am I doing down here? Oh, wait. Giselle? Giselle? Say something, Giselle! Unable to make any sort of sense out of my circumstances, it's not long after I regain consciousness that panic begins to sink in. And the most unsettling thing of all, the most frightening detail, is the fact that I can't hear her voice. Sounds like duct tape. Maybe, I don't know. We were speaking aloud, so I don't know if duct tape existed. I don't know if duct tape existed in the early thousands. Awake, are we? Are you the one who brought me here? Now I'm curious on like what the first instance of tape, like when it was invented. What? You don't remember me this morning? Morning. Right, I woke up because I heard someone enter the room, and then he hit me over the head. You're not dead, at least. That's good. What do you hope to accomplish by tying me up and bringing me down here? Remember when I said last night at supper about me putting on a little sideshow for you? What? I was reenacting the Last Supper with you as the guest of honor. You have your coffee? Nice! I don't have my tea anymore. I drank it all. My elf and I need to go and get some more at the Asian market. We meant to do that this weekend, but I was just like so low power mode. I was like, I am not gonna do anything. Thank you for the hydrate. The water is all that I have. Oh, now I see. When you were asking if I had any family or friends, you were trying to figure out if anyone would notice if I disappeared, if anyone would make any noise. You're sharper than you look. If only you'd caught on yesterday. Please, Giselle, say something. Giselle! Why won't you answer me? Why can't I hear your voice? Why can't I feel you there? You're a quiet one. Though I thought you'd be louder. What made you decide to get rid of me? Did the nun say something? She has nothing to do with this. I have permission from the Lord to act at my own discretion. Should I come across anyone acting suspicious? This doesn't seem in the least bit wrong to you? I wouldn't say that. You're an acquaintance's friend. Made a long trip to come see him, and I have you tied up in the cellar. That's not what I would consider right, no. But seeing as you're good enough friends for him to let you stay here, I assume he's also spilled everything? He never had what it took, that boy. If I were to guess, it got to be too much for him to handle, so he went to a friend, to you. Love being in a trio. The other two can entertain each other while I stay quiet. I feel that so hard. like when it's just me and a friend, I just feel like I I feel like I make them feel awkward sometimes because a lot of my responses sound like auto responses. Because it's like, I don't know what to say. But like, I do say the things that I mean. But I'm just like, I'm such an awkward bean in real life. So like if it's like me and then two other people, I'm like, yay, I get to zone out and listen to them and maybe sometimes chime in. I'm so loud. This is the vibe for the day, right?
Leave him out of this. I see. So how much did he tell you? If you come clean, I might even let you go. Get rid of him. Have you take his place. I said leave him out of this! So you're determined not to talk, are you? What a loyal friend. Listen to me! Listen. I am listening. Because you have a lot of talking to do. Like, I have to be real comfortable to talk to people a whole lot. Like again, face to face. I'm just awkward in, like, most things. It's just like, I can talk to chat. That's basically it. I don't have many chances to let loose, so I'll be taking as much time as I can get today. He says it in an eerily flat tone of voice as he draws nearer, pausing between each step as if to taunt me. And when he reaches me, struggling to get off the ground, he slams his heel into my shoulder. Not being able to use your hands makes you appreciate how much easier it is to stand up when you can, doesn't it? Help! Someone, please! Help! Don't waste your energy. No one ever comes back this far, and the door is so heavy, your screams would never make it out. No, this is torture to an introvert. Oh no. You are a coffee addiction, not have one, you are addiction itself. Oh no. But that's the least of your worries. The door to the cellar has been locked, and the only key is right here. So there's no getting in. If you can run fast enough, you might have a chance of making it to the door and escaping. I want to test your luck. I doubt you can make it. He puts the full weight of his body onto his heel, pressing down on my spine, turning my breaths into gasping sputters. I gather together all my strength, but even that isn't enough to overpower him. Now, you're going to tell me everything. What are you and the boy scheming? What's your end game? Who else is in on it? Ugh. Dang it. I don't have many options here. What can I even do in this situation? Tell me what I want to know, and maybe I'll let you live. Guess I have no choice but to tell him the truth. Oh no! This is not gonna be good. That's why Mocha was a close second for my Twitch name. Oh, that would have been cute. That would have been a cute name, Mocha. All right, fine. I'll tell you everything. Just know, this isn't some attempt to beg for mercy. I came to this mansion in order to unlock the door to the observation tower and free Morgana. Mel was not the one who told me about her, though. I went to him and asked for his assistance. He didn't have to tell me because I already knew, both about her and what you're doing to her, stealing her blood and making medicine from it. Who told you then? Morgana did. Morgana's soul told me everything. I am not from this time. I lived in a time after her death. It takes me several moments to process what just happened. A fire runs up my arm from my little finger, only turning into pain when it finally reaches my brain. I twist my head back to see the man on top of me holding my right hand. No, he's gonna break all our fingers! I will be honest with you, Eggies. I don't know if we are surviving this. I feel like we got a bad end, but I don't know what I did to get us here. My finger snapped backwards at the second joint. I'll ask you again. Who told you? Morgana did. She dies on the day of the Harvest Festival. Next up is your ring finger, and then your middle if you insist on keeping this up. I'm telling you the truth! She bears so much hatred, she cast a curse on your souls. I've seen what happens in your next life. Now you're resorting to souls and next lives. I'm genuinely impressed. What lies are you going to cook up next, white-haired knave? I don't set Morgana free, your souls will be enslaved for all eternity, imprisoned in this cursed mansion. When the bell tolls noon, on the day of the Harvest Festival, you'll lose everything. All of you will. You cannot escape it unless you do something. And the nun, the reason you locked Morgana up in the first place, she won't be safe either. She'll be killed. 2 fingers left. Can you keep up the act that long? Everything I'm saying is the truth. I might change it because some people can't understand that I know I'm not a skeleton. Oh no. Wait, do they take the skeleton part seriously? do you actually have people being like, actually, you're not Sans. You're not Sans Undertale. Why are you pretending to be that way? I hope not. That makes me remember like my Neopets days. Second joint though, that's the worst place because you can move it just barely, right? You can get DM sometimes like that. Really? Wow. That really makes me remember. I had like 5 different accounts on Neopets at one point, and one of them was like Hillary Duff fan. Because I just wanted more Neopets, so I was just like naming myself random things. And I got multiple people being like, you're not actually Hillary Duff. Like, she wouldn't have this name like that. And I would be like, why? The word fan is there. Like, what are you talking about? I wasn't even the original Hillary Duff fan because there was like numbers after my name too. But I was just like, yeah, I know I'm not her. Why are you telling me this? Why do you think that I think I am? What? Like, you're telling me I'm not a fictional skeleton from a fictional game? Things never would have found out without you, right? Some people are interesting. Everything I'm saying is the truth. I've seen it all with my own two eyes. Why are you so insistent on maintaining this farce? To protect the boy? Or do you have some other motive? Every last word is true. Continuing to lie isn't going to make this any easier. Your voice is shaking. The pain's starting to get to you, isn't it? What you're doing to Morgana, it achieves nothing. You must release her and atone for your sins. Otherwise your soul, and the souls of those you care about, will be doomed to suffering. I see what this is now. You don't have the information I want, so all you can do is spin these lies. You thick-skulled. There are other opportunities, though. Or options, rather. Sob like a little child, sniveling your "please don't kill me" and "I don't want to die and it hurts so bad, please stops." Grovel on the ground, you tiny, pathetic man. And if you can entertain me, maybe I'll consider it. I will never shed another tear. I will never beg for your dang mercy. Nothing I've said to you has been a lie. Some cheap attempt to fool you into letting me go. Every word of it is true. I know the sins you've burdened your soul with. I know the fate that awaits you in your next life, and I will gladly tell you every detail. You're down to just your thumb. Now, go on if you're so eager to tell me. Let's hear about your supposed next life, shall we? In your next life, you lose your memory in an accident, causing you to forget about your own humanity. The innate savagery you normally keep hidden beneath a mask is released, unrestricted, and you turn into a creature you turn into a beast. My mask.
You murdered countless people, including the woman you once called your lover. Lover. Hers is a name you know very well. Pauline, your tether. My tether. How do you know that word? Because I know everything. I know what you wanted. I know what you will never be able to obtain. You idolized humanity and you yearned for peace. You're telling me I killed the nun in my next life. I am. That is the fate that lies awaiting for you. Her love for you is so strong, she refuses to believe you're dead. She leaves her seaside hometown in search for you, and she finds you. But you slaughter her. Did you say she lived in a city on the sea? In addition to her, you also lose someone else. A woman who tried to give you the peace you so desired, which eventually causes you to succumb entirely to instinct. Enough! All right, fine. Now I know what you are. You're no mere seasoned liar. You're some kind of evil spirit that deceives humans. You're peering into my heart, tailoring your lies specifically to manipulate me. I am not. I swear, I've seen everything that happens. Enough! There's a chance you can change your fate. All you have to do is cease your involvement in Morgana's imprisonment. Set her free. Allay the hatred she bears for you. Are you deaf? I've said I've heard enough. Release Morgana. Save your soul. Give her a better future. Silence! Okay, well... This was not a good sign the last time this happened. I think I'll take your arm off next. Cut right through your shoulder. Nice and slowly. Don't... It'll still be attached for a while yet, don't you worry. Hear that, spirit? That's the sound of your flesh ripping apart, the sound of your muscles being severed. Yeah, we are in the murder basement. Not gonna be much talking anymore, are you? Not through the pain, you aren't. Plead for your life, spirit. Beg for mercy. Admit it was all a sham. Oh, hello, Pistol. How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. I usually don't look like this. I am committing identity theft of Bailey. But how was, what were you chatting about? I remember I peeked, but I forgot. What were you doing? You were something for an RPG, I think, if I had to remember. Welcome in. We're getting tortured. We might be in a bad end, but I'm not super sure. Last time there was blood on the text box. It was a bad end, so I'm not feeling confident for Michelle right now. Data entry, oh no. Had to populate 180 rows and who knows how many columns of a spreadsheet. Oh no. For what were you data entering for? But man, that sounds like a lot. Oh, hopefully you got through a good chunk of it. Plead for your life, spirit. Beg for mercy. Admit it was all a sham. Apologize. Let the room fill with your cries of agony. Nothing was a sham. Every last word. It's all the truth. I'll rip that head off of your shoulders. I don't care who or what you are anymore. You're dead! Oh! You will do no such thing. I'm being saved! I'm being saved! Yippee! Making a spreadsheet for a mech TTRPG, decided to write in all the parts of the book was just like, oh no. Well, hopefully it was fun, at least partially, at least, maybe. Get back, you will not harm him further. Pauline. What are you doing here, Pauline? I told you to stay away. And the door was locked. I opened it. You.
One of Nellie's hairpins was long enough to get into the lock and undo it. She won't be getting much use of it out anymore, though. Busted up pretty badly in the process.
She used hairpins? The only sham is that this guy could have a lover. Right. It's fun, but I'm probably not making this time back. Oh no, at least 15 hours spent on data. Oh no! Oh no, well hopefully it'll be worth it in the end, because my goodness, I feel like that would like wear down on me so fast.
Locks on the tower door are too complex, but the one here is a lot simpler. I bet you never expected me to go burglar on you, huh? You silly boy. Oh, what was the question last night again? Something about being on the edge of a cliff or whatever? Well, here's your answer. I'll do everything I can to save both of them. This is terrible. How could you? You're badly hurt. Sit tight, I'll call for a doctor. Don't worry about me. You need to talk to him. To get him to talk. Gotta do something about you, though. I'll get that wound patched up at least, until you can get it properly checked out. Thank you. Was it you who went to get Pauline? No, I ran into her while I was looking for you, which is when she told me she was looking for him. Neither of us were having any luck, so we scoured the mansion together. And when we reached the stairs to the cellar and heard the screaming, my worst fears were confirmed. So I picked the lock, and here we are. Sorry we didn't make it sooner. This could have been avoided. God, look at what he did to you. There's so much blood. And your fingers. No, you made it just in time. My arm's still attached, and I'm not dead. Neither of which would be true without you. So I guess that means I actually did something good for once? Did something for someone other than myself? That you did.
You're in trouble. You're gonna get such a stern talking to from your girlfriend.
So everything Michelle said was true? The Lord isn't storing his valuables in the tower. He's got a girl locked up there? Well, is it true or not?
It's still the Lord's property either way. The church is being funded with her miracle blood. So that makes her valuable, yes.
So you're saying I've been handing out human blood and telling people it was medicine?
Not human, witch. No. Morgana is a human girl. She hasn't become a witch yet. At least not here.
All this time, I've been lying to the people who believe in me, without even knowing what I was doing.
Like you said, you didn't know. You haven't done anything wrong.
Ignorance does not excuse sin. All that time I spent with you, I didn't notice anything wrong.
That was the idea. You weren't supposed to notice anything. It's not your fault I deceived you. It's unreasonable to think that you should have been able to. Anyways, nothing wrong. No.
All that. You did it for me, though, didn't you? Like a silly little girl, I assumed it was all out of the good of your heart. Never once stopping to think any deeper than that, about where it was all coming from. Maria was right. I was blind. I was content to be pleased about the people I thought it was helping. I want you to do something for me. I want you to set this girl, set Morgana free. Please, don't make your sins any greater than they already are.
But without the witch's blood,
We lose the Lord's patronage, and then the church. What good is a church that isn't actually saving anyone? Actually, no. That's avoiding the point entirely. What do you mean? To tell you the truth, I never really cared about the church at all. You... What? How can you say that? When you've always been so unconditionally charitable, even if it meant giving away food or money you needed yourself. People call you the saintess because that's what you are, a saint. It's true. I do that. But the fact is, I'm no saint. I don't deserve to be held up as one, nor do I belong in that position. I'm just an ordinary girl.
Bro lost his arm, they would have been matching. I mean, that's true.
I wonder how much of our arm has been cut, because he was cutting into it. I never wanted to be a nun, you know. I just didn't have any other options available to me. And I sure didn't have the confidence to make it out there on my own like Maria. So I did as I was told. And to keep myself from thinking it was a mistake, from feeling dissatisfied with that choice, I put everything I had into my responsibility to the church. My unconditional charity was rooted entirely in selfishness, and the longer I kept it up, the harder it became to stop. I forgot what I really wanted. And that would be a normal, happy life as an ordinary girl in a city on the water.
What?
That's what you said your dream was. For your next life.
Ah, right. Yeah. Quiet life with the man that I love.
You might get that wish, in fact.
Huh?
That's what you said, wasn't it? That in her next life, she lives in a city by the sea? And that is correct. In your next life, Pauline, you are not a nun. You're an ordinary girl who lives in the seaside city. A sweet, cheerful, energetic girl who bears her heart on her sleeve. You have both your mother and your father.
I just opened my laptop to my 3 a.m. searches. There's karaoke there. Karaoke? Oh, whoa. Man, I want to do more karaoke at some point soon. I feel like it's been a while since I've done karaoke last. I need to just, like, I don't know.
So you believe me now? I don't know. The claims are utterly ridiculous, but it's getting harder to think you're lying.
Did I actually sing it? Wait, the memories? No. Did you actually do 3 a.m. karaoke? Nice. Did you record it?
If that's what you really wanted, Pauline, what should I have done instead? I envied what you had. That's solace. The last thing I wanted was for you to lose it. But you're saying you found no peace in that life.
That's right.
So what should I have done?
I wanted you to take me away from this place, somewhere far away.
Your brain might subconsciously do it. Oh no. You're just gonna wake up tomorrow and it's just gonna have like this whole karaoke session in like Audacity.
It'll be fun though.
I wanted you to make it so I could be Pauline, not Marie. That would have been my ideal life. To live with you,
to have a family with you. How was I supposed to know? You couldn't possibly have known. I realize that. And that makes me every bit as complicit as you. Set Morgana free. I will be expected to pay for my crimes. That itself is not a problem. I have every intention of facing the consequences. But we have done terrible, gruesome things. I don't know what the usual punishment for such is in this land. But if I had to guess, I would say execution. And me being an outsider makes it easier for people to place the blame on me. Can't pull an all-nighter again. I have my dignity and my something to withhold away. Oh no. I won't be able to take you away. We'll find each other again. In our next lives. Okay? Okay. As I'm sure you heard, my involvement with this conspiracy ends here. I'm glad to hear you've decided to take action. Sorry about your fingers and arm. I'm still alive. And that's what matters. The third key is in the Lord's possession. You said you needed it by noon of the Harvest Festival, yes? Which means we need to act quickly. That's correct. We must set Morgana free before the bell tolls noon tomorrow. And tonight, that's the next time the Lord will be here. Tonight I'll kill him and take his key. Wait, no, we're not shedding any blood to get his key. Do you remember what I said a few minutes ago about not committing any further sins? He is not likely to hand over the key without a fight, though. We need to convince him, not force his hand. Besides, simply opening the door is not enough. Why not? My goal here is to save Morgana's soul. In order to do that, I need to pacify at least some degree of the hatred she bears in it. A hatred rooted in her perception of you and the things you've done to her. I need to change that perception. I'm not quite following. What do you mean by change her perception? For you and the Lord to tell your stories, to describe what happened from your perspectives. You want my perspective? I do. Something in your motivations and your circumstances might serve to lessen the animosity she holds for you. The greater the discrepancy in what she believes to be the truth and the full story, with everyone's perspectives included, the greater the chance she may have a change of heart. Okay, I now understand what you want from me. However, my perspective will do nothing to serve that end. However, there is no ambiguity, no justification of my actions. Regardless, I would still like to know the whole truth if you're willing to tell me part of it. Okay. Come by your room later today. Hey, is it alright if I'm there too? Sorry. I would rather if you weren't. Why? Everything you need to know. I've already told you. I captured a witch. No. I captured a young girl to profit and imprisoned her in the tower. My motivation, as I said, was to keep your church funded. Those are the facts. Man, I really don't have any reason to. Is it worth it? I think it would be, like, fun at the very least. You could always record it and then just, like, not post it anywhere. You could use it for practice. Practice on what is up to you, but the things I did along the way were brutal and inhumane. I hope you can understand why I wouldn't want the woman I love to hear any of that. I understand. I'll see you again later in the day. I'll be waiting. Do I slide it over to you? Like, why not, right? Why not? I should get going too. You're going to need medication and something to get that arm dressed properly. And if there's anything else I can get you, let me know. If you want to see a doctor, I'll find you the best one I can. I'm so sorry for ever doubting you.
No, I understand. I'm glad you came at all.
Me too. Well, see you. I'm kinda surprised. He's actually got a soft spot, huh? I was sure you were full of it when you said the two of them had a thing going. What does she see in a guy like him anyway? She's got bad taste in guys, that's for sure. What's with that look? Just admiring your rather inappropriate remarks. Sorry. I'm just so relieved it, kind of came out. It's okay. You almost got a smile out of me. I've never seen you smile before. I blame being relied to. Now, would you mind helping me get back to my room? Sure, no problem. My shoulder's all yours. You know, you really are something else, Michelle. I could hear you through the door as I was getting it opened, and honestly, I'm amazed you were able to stand up to a man like him, or a guy like him. I don't want to get my hopes up too high just yet, but I'm starting to think you might actually be able to do something about the Lord. That's reassuring. Thank you. Sure. Anyway, let's get going. You should get as much rest as you can until he shows up. Well, I mean, you should be going to see a doctor with these wounds. Oh, yeah. Nellie's been worried sick about you all day. I'll have to tell her not to pounce on you, because I'm sure she'll come running as soon as she hears we found you. Man. Giselle, you were right. I do have people who are grateful, or I do have people here who will support me. People who are grateful for me, and who show concern for me. But you have to know, Giselle, that it's your voice I want to hear more than anyone else's. Why can I not hear you? Where are you, Giselle? Giselle. I wonder why we can't hear her voice. Like, maybe she's getting reconstructed? Maybe it's a sign that we're already changing stuff. It's almost sunset. Looks like the snow didn't stick. Didn't actually see the snow last night, could you, Giselle? Was that when the light started fading from the sphere of darkness encasing you? Or had it been going on even longer than that? Why didn't you say anything? Not a word. I don't believe you're gone for good. You're still out there somewhere. I know it. And I will come for you. I swear it. In just a moment. Here I am, as promised. I heard you talking, so I thought there was someone with you. But you're alone. It's only me, yes. I see. As I told you earlier, my perspective on events will do nothing to change Morgana's mind. I would still like to hear what you have to say. All right. Not being from this land, I don't believe in any local god, nor do I think priests and preachers any better than con artists. Where did that come from? What I'm trying to say is if I give a confessional, it won't be to another human. You're an angel. Come again? The angel from the stained glass window. That's you, isn't it? Wait. How on earth did you come to that conclusion? I was thinking about everything you said earlier in the cellar. The fact that you knew about Morgana, the fact that you could see into my heart, and in particular, all your talk about saving people's souls. Salvation is not man's job. which means you must be something else. I will tell you everything. Every foolish mistake, every terrible crime. And in exchange, I would like you to tell me what I am to do next, to lead me down the path I am to take. I terrify myself. With every passing day, my ability to tell what direction I'm supposed to be heading in dulls. So after I tell you my story, I want you to do that for me. Please, will you show me the way? I can no more decide the path you take than you, but you saw into my heart. Giselle, if you were here, you would encourage me to agree to his request, wouldn't you? Okay. I can't guarantee that anything I'll have to say will be of use, but I will do the best that I can to lead you into the right direction. Thank you. Now, before I begin, there's one thing I need to clarify. I am not in love with Pauline. She does play an important role in my life, though. That much is true. She's your tether. Exactly. I suppose you could say that I admire her. She's everything that I am not. Everything I cannot be. Is that something I should tell her, you think? That I don't love her, that I'm incapable of feeling love? Should I tell her that, knowing she genuinely loves me? My instinct tells me I shouldn't. I know very well I'm lying to her, but there are circumstances in which a lie is preferable to the truth, are there not? With that said, I'm ready to begin. You have my full attention. In the timeline, what have we done? Well, we're going back and saving Morgana. So I'm thinking maybe we've made enough of a difference. So, I don't know. As you know, I am not from this land. The issue is, I don't know any more about where I came from than you. I remember the Silk Road stretching out before me as far as the eye can see. Clouds of dust wisping across the bare dirt trail. That endless expanse of red earth remains branded into the very fabric of my mind. But beyond that, most of my memories are gone. I can only clearly remember the first 5 years or so of my life. In my oldest real memory, I was a slave. I didn't work on some nobleman's estate, but instead I did physical labor, construction work. I built roads and buildings, tore down hills and mountains. That's where it was decided someone built like I am would be the most use, I suppose. And while I doubt I need to tell you this, living conditions were miserable. Other slaves withered away and died on a daily basis. Working a noble's estate would have been easier, without a doubt, if only for the fact that I would have a specific master. I don't understand anything about my life before becoming a slave. All I have are those few images from which I can guess I was part of a caravan. Or perhaps a messenger. I vaguely remember being waylaid. We were vastly outnumbered, massacred with little resistance. Or at least, I assume that's what happened. When I next woke up, I had been stripped bare and was surrounded by men I didn't recognize. The words they spoke were gibberish to my ears, but I could tell from their tone of voice and expression that the things they were saying were not friendly. They seemed to be mocking me, laughing at me. As you might expect, I attempted to protest, but evidently, I had been beaten quite badly while I was unconscious. My joints were stiff and swollen, on top of my dehydration, so I could barely move, let alone put up a fight. As strong as I might have been at full health, I was in no condition to do anything then. I have no idea what that's like, how it feels to be abused, or you have no idea what that's like, to be abused and humiliated desperate for food and water. He has no idea. He has no idea. We're not gonna tell him. But he has no idea. Whoops. Oh, I see. So as I was saying, I was a slave for one grueling, torturous year. No one treated me like a human being. There is no one from the same part of the world as me. I just realized the ellipses and the, oh, I see. So I think Michelle was like, actually, without getting into it, I do know. And he's like, oh. That's rough, buddy. Anyway. Just imagine, like, for one grueling, torturous year. And Michelle's like, try that for, like, 2 or 3. And then being isolated for 10 years afterwards. There was no one from the same part of the world as me, and there was no one to come to my aid. Over time, I came to learn their language, though I can only speak it. I don't know how to read or write. But to be honest, I think I was happier not understanding what people were saying about me. They had many words to describe me, none of them flattering. Some of them would even call me beast. And the longer I was treated as something less than human, the more I began to question whether I really was one. The darkness grew inside me with each repeated insult. I wanted to make them pay for the daily abuse. And who wouldn't? The desire to exact revengeance when you've been mistreated is only natural. It's perfectly reasonable. But they were right about when I was deep down, a beast. And my revenge went far beyond what could be considered reasonable. I can't take myself seriously doing karaoke. I did like 2 as a joke. It does take a while. It does take a while. 4 years ago. I mean, heck, I'm still kind of nervous doing it sometimes, but the thing that I do is I do a silly song. I get up there and it's like, okay, Weird Al time, yippee! And then I make the mistake and do one of the polkas, and so by the time the song's done, I'm just like, I was sitting in a carriage as it rattled along a dirt road. This was not the kind of carriage you rode around in town in, but a filthy slave transport. It was packed front to back with slaves, or soon-to-be slaves, I suppose I should say. There were men, young women, and even children. Everyone wore a look of hopelessness on their faces, and no one had the strength left to resist. They looked like me a year earlier, deprived of food and water and beaten into submission. The slave traders' guards were armed, of course. Swords hanging from their hips, ready to cut down anyone who showed any sign of resistance. So they sat there, lamenting their fate. Sitting beside me was a young girl, crying in silence. Glancing over at her, I caught a glimpse of her face. Large chunks of skin seemed to have fallen off of it. It was, suffice it to say, an unusual sight. But beyond that, I didn't think much of it. See an Undertale song, oh dear, oh no. I mean, I guess it would be fan lyrics. Oh gosh, what if it's the heckin' Stronger Than You parody? But beyond that, I didn't think much of it. I didn't find it disturbing or unpleasant. Perhaps because I had a similarly unusual appearance. What caught my attention, though, was the way she was crying. Close to you? That's what I did last night. Oh my gosh. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it seemed different somehow from everyone else's crying in the carriage. It was almost like her tears were not for herself. Why are you crying? At my question, the girl turned her head up to look at me. Surprise crossed her face for a few brief seconds, but that was her only reaction to my appearance. I assume her thought process was roughly the same as mine, so she felt no need to fear me. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me." Her response perplexed me to no end. Why was she concerned about showing gratitude? Why was she not despairing for her own circumstances? Why was that the emotion that gripped her in that moment? Not hatred for the slave trader or sorrow for herself. To this day, I still don't understand. But that wasn't the only thing I found curious. Her voice, despite being soft, cut through the crying and wailing of the other slaves. I pictured it like
a single patch of clear water in the middle of a swamp. Untainted by its surroundings, clear, gently undulating. One sentence was all she said, but there was something unbelievably calming about the sound of it. For a moment I was filled with a sense of tranquility, and though you may not believe it, I wanted to get her out of that filthy carriage, to undo the shackles threatening to taint her. So I took action, driven by that desire. This is no lie, I promise.
Wow.
No, don't kill me. Please, you can have all my money. You can go free if that's what you want. I'll apologize, anything. What? Why are you laughing? Please spare me. I have a wife and children. Please. I'm begging you. Then why should I care? Sorry, that was... I didn't anticipate it. Holding a sword in my hand felt amazingly right. Whatever work I once did must have required me to use a blade. Even with the shackles still around my wrists, I had little trouble slaughtering the slave traders and their guards. They let their guard down because they were restrained. The thought of anyone resisting never once crossed my mind. Dead bodies sprawled out around me. Corpses I made, lives I had snuffed out. Look at this. See? No one can defeat me. They stood no chance against my strength. More. I need more. I need more! I don't have the words to describe the high it gave me killing those men, the power I felt over them. I was driven mad by the stench of blood filling the air. No, it just drew out what was always there. If I weren't already deranged, the corpses would have had nothing to stimulate in the first place. After taking the keys off one of the slave traders, I returned to the carriage, doing my best to act calm and suppress the bubbling exhilaration. Hey, you, unlock my shackles for me. I would do it myself if I could. You. Say something, would you? But she said nothing, simply removing the shackles as commanded. If she had said even one word, let me hear that curiously calming voice of hers, then in all likelihood I probably would have stopped there. But she remained perfectly silent. Everyone was in shock at what they had just witnessed, her included. In time, though, the slaves started cheering. The same person who had been wailing minutes earlier were now shouting praises. Our savior! You're our savior! We're free to go home! We can have our lives back! Undo our shackles, please! A beast. What? I'm not a savior. I'm not a man. I'm a beast. Isn't that right? I'm a beast, aren't I? What are you? More. I need more. I need more. I thirst for more. Why are you pointing your... I need more! Man, just something broke in his mind, essentially. It did it. It hurt. Oh no!
But you got the practice in. Yay!
In that moment, the last of my reason dissolved. I went into a frenzy, slaughtering the helpless slaves I had never intended to kill. I was euphoric. This is why I do shallot more than singing.
What a shallot.
I couldn't get enough. I reveled in it. We got another traumatic backstory. This game is just full of them. Well, this is what happened in Morgana's backstory, but from the swordsman's perspective. That's what we were getting last week with the last one that we did, where it was like, it was what happened there, but from Mel's perspective, and so now we're getting it from the swordsman's perspective, which I'm pretty sure it's Yukimura, but we have not heard his name yet in this time frame, so saying a lot of things. Oh, basically someone sends a prompt and I say it, for example. I never before had felt such utter ecstasy. Their cries for mercy as I ripped through them were delicious. The look of fear in their eyes, the way their faces twisted, the splatters of blood around their mouths open in screams, the despair that filled them. I didn't care anymore that they were just as much victims as me. They had suffered the same abuse and humiliation. All of that was buried beneath the waves of bliss that ravished me. Everyone who asked to be spared, I skewered. I worked my way around the inside of the carriage, killing dozens upon dozens of slaves. Heads went rolling off shoulders, hot geysers of blood spewing from the open necks. It was very anime. You should have been there. I was practically wading through blood by that point. Some bodies I completely dismembered. Others I disemboweled, leaving their entrails to hang out of their open guts. All of them had looks of agony frozen in their faces as death took them. Ironically, I have a very large range of voices. I mean, I can do the Skelly Brothers for... yeah. I don't know if I was unconsciously avoiding her, if it was just a coincidence, but the girl was the only one left alive. She, of course, hadn't been spared the mess, so she sat there, drenched in sticky red gore. Her lips appeared to be trembling, though I couldn't tell for sure with so much of her skin missing. The fire inside me still burned white hot. She was the reason I had done any of this in the first place. I'd stood up because I wanted to set her free, but my original intentions were long since gone from my mind. The raw pleasure overwhelmed my sense of reason. I approached the girl, pointing the sword at her neck. I expected her to scream, to beg for her life like the others, but she did nothing, simply stared up at me. Why didn't you run? On my question, the girl finally spoke. Why did you kill them? The sound of her voice quelled the fur within me. It baffled me. I had no control over it, yet the strange girl could pacify me with a single utterance. The words she used didn't matter, it was her voice. She could have called me a monster, and it would have had the same effect. Because I felt like it. I couldn't explain my reason for murdering the slaves. I didn't have the words to express the things that drove me. All I could tell her was that I did it because I felt like it. And why haven't you killed me yet? I couldn't find a sure answer for that question in my somewhat rattled mind either. In retrospect, I realize now that her voice was my first tether, but at the time I had no idea why I didn't take her life in my frenzy. I'd killed other children, other women. Young, old, sad, miserable, it didn't matter. Nothing had so much as prickled my conscience. I don't know, I said, and then I stepped off the carriage and walked away, left with questions I couldn't answer. Was I really a beast? Was unleashing my innate savagery and reveling in the massacre of helpless people really all I wanted? I didn't know. Why did you do this? After escaping from the slave traders, I became something of a bandit. I had no hope for anyone taking me in. Not only was I a murderer, I was a foreigner. Nor did I have any chance of fighting decent work. So I lived by the sword, killing and plundering. The money I honestly didn't give a dang about. I had no desire to be wealthy. It was simply a matter of survival, that and quenching my thirst. I went on for about 3 years like that. I wonder if his story is going to be as long as Mel's was, because that one was so long. Until finally encountering something I couldn't defeat with my sword. No amount of muscle was enough to protect myself from disease. One day I woke up with the chills, my vision blurry, barely able to move my own limbs. I set off for a nearby village, hoping to see a doctor, but my body didn't last that long.
I collapsed on the side of the road, drained of my last strength. It was a moderately busy road at that, so I assume I had made it close to the city. Sorry, forgets to read somehow. Dozens of people passed by, silently pretending not to see anything. I didn't look like someone a respectable person would want to involve themselves with in normal circumstances, so it was no surprise they weren't interested in a sick, filthy, foreign man. Heck, I couldn't remember the last time I bathed. It was hard to look at me, let alone get anywhere near me. This is where I'm gonna die, I thought. It seemed like a suitable end to a mad, murderous monster's life, withering away on the side of the road beneath sneering passerbys. The fact that I was still alive at all after 3 years of leeching off other people's lives was itself wrong. I didn't lament my impending demise. I accepted that such was the way of the world. But then I glanced up to see a woman in a nun's habit looking down on me. Are you all right? Are you sick? I'm going to check your temperature, okay? Wow, you're burning up. You shouldn't be out here in this condition. Do you not have anywhere else to go? Don't worry, I've got you covered. There's a church not too far from here. Hang in there for just a little longer and you'll be fine. And what is your god going to do for me? He helps people in need? It's not very big, but we've always got room for people who need it. You can cast up in one of the open beds. I should be able to get you a little something to eat. I promise it'll be better than staying out here at any rate. Can you stand? Not a problem. We can do this together. Put your arm around my shoulders. The church isn't that far. We can do it. You are going to carry me?
Yep. It'll be fine. We'll make it, one way or another.
I accidentally have her voice very similar to Giselle's, but that's okay. We've been having a lot of similar voices today.
Almost. We're almost there. Just a little longer.
I'm heavy, aren't I?
Very, very heavy, but that's not the problem. I can do anything if I put my mind to it.
Just throw me into a ditch.
Now, God doesn't like his children talking like that. Almost there. We're almost there. So, how are you feeling?
Better, I hope.
I have left some applesauce on the bedstand if you're feeling up to eating anything. Thank you for the hydrate. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. And you're welcome to stay here for as long as you need to.
Why did you help me?
Because that's what people do. They help each other.
That's not what most people do.
I like to think it is.
You church people are exceptions. Oh gosh.
Okay. ジグマジュのここのすれけらかちょりすごの水が待つうらい待つふらい待つくんなるところに住むところやぶるくじのブルクジパイプのシューリンガンのグリンデの僕のビール僕のバラチョコメのチョスケ
The R's did not roll at all. They were just regular R's. I'm sorry I failed you. I don't even know if I was doing a Beato voice.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Yeah, I get close sometimes. This woman is only showing me compassion because she doesn't know who I am. She wouldn't be so friendly if she knew I was a madman and a murderer. If there's anything else you want, let me know. I can't make you any fancy dinners, but if it's anything I can get, I will. Could you tell me your name? I'm Marie. Marie. After, who was it? The Virgin?
You're not familiar with the Virgin Mary?
Just look at me. I'm clearly not from these parts.
Ah, yeah, I can see that. So that would make you a traveler, huh? You speak the language very well, though.
Rinky. Well, we did meet. This one's actually Pauline. Her nickname is just Marie. Maria's around. She's just at a spicy lady building. Also, I feel like maybe being myself. Wah! Let me see what I get. Yay! I was like, I've been Bailey for like an hour now.
You speak the language really well, though. I take it you've been here a while, then?
Yes, I have.
How exciting! So when you're feeling better, maybe you could tell me about the country you're from? I've never been far from home, so I'm curious what it's like elsewhere.
There's nothing I could tell you.
It can be anything. Tell me about yourself if you want.
I'm even less inclined to do that.
Get better soon, okay? I'm looking forward to hearing all about it.
I'm not sure there's anyone out there more deserving of the Virgin Mary's name.
What was that?
Your name. It suits you.
No, not at all. I'm incredibly flattered to hear you say that, but I hardly live up to the name. What's your name, by the way?
I have no name.
You don't?
If you want something to call me by, you can choose a name for me. Anything you want. I am nameless. You give me a name.
I think you should be the one to choose your name. I'd be more than happy to help, though. But you should go with the name you think is best.
I see.
Well, I should get going. I'll be around, so if you need anything, just holler. Bye then.
How am I supposed to choose a name for myself? Me, honestly. When I don't know anything about me. Just like, how do I do this? I can't even name my own C's. I recovered quickly with a proper bed and roof over my head. Out on the road, I had been certain I stood no chance, but I was back on my feet after only 3 days at the church. My body was more resilient than even I knew, and now that I was back in health, I had no intention of sticking around.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you for everything. I would be dead if it weren't for you.
No thanks necessary. I'm just glad to see you're feeling better. There's no need to be in such a rush to leave, though, you know. Stay a bit longer, make sure everything's all right.
I'm not going to stay any longer than necessary.
If you're sure.
Take this as payment for the food and lodgings.
I can't accept that, no. We don't charge for charity.
Charity is not free. You paid for it. Let me pay you back.
I can't.
Please, take the money.
If you insist, I can accept it as a tithe.
A tithe? Or is it a tithe or a tithy? I feel like it's not a tithy, but I'm not sure.
Think of it like a donation to the church. Like you said, the work we do isn't free.
All right. Then a tithe it is, then. Rhymes with blade? Huh? Blade? Blade? Blade?
Maybe? Maybe? Okay, so tithe. Okay.
Thank you, and may God bless you for your generosity.
So long.
Hey, if you're ever in the area, maybe you can stop by sometime? I never did get the chance to have that talk with you, and I was really looking forward to it too.
I'll just cause you more trouble.
What? No, you wouldn't. What makes you think that? Are you afraid you'll scare people off because you look different? I really don't think you need to be worried about that.
It's not just my appearance. Is Welsh for wolf? Welsh is hard. My goodness. Do you mean it? That it won't be any trouble having me around?
I absolutely mean it.
Okay. I'll consider it.
Wonderful, I can't wait to see you again.
Yeah. Believe me, I knew I had no place involving myself with her. A killer making himself comfortable in the house of God? I don't even believe in their deity, and I still knew that was nothing if not extremely disrespectful. The money I had donated to her church wasn't even clean. It was stolen. I didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about it, though. I was more than conscious of what I was doing, but none of that mattered to me. She had smiled when she took it. That was enough. Seeing that nun's smile put my heart at ease, much like the sound of the slave girl's voice had several years ago. It restrained me, suppressed my urges. That smiling face was my new tether. I had always believed that I was at my happiest while torturing people, that my thirst for murder was ingrained in my soul, but as exhilarating as taking others' lives was, there was a part of me that yearned for peace. I had gotten a taste of that with her, and I wanted more. Even knowing I had no place in that world, that peace was something I could never attain. I still longed for it. I started with brief visits every few months. In time, though, their frequency began to increase. Soon it was once a month, then twice, then once a week. The length of my visits gradually grew as well. Every time I showed up, the nun greeted me with a smile, quenching my thirst without the need for blood. The more we went, the more I endeavored to be a normal man around her, or to play the part of one. I thought that if I acted like there was nothing wrong with me, that I wouldn't be out of place at her side. I wanted to feel like I belonged in that peaceful world where she lived.
Ah, it's the giant man! Marie, the giant man is here!
Giant?
Ah, hello there. I was beginning to think you weren't coming this week.
I was having trouble deciding on what to bring you.
You're always welcome here, you know. You don't have to bribe yourself in. But I appreciate it, thank you.
I wouldn't feel right if I didn't bring something. I bought a variety of fruits for you today, so you can share them with the children.
They'll be delighted. Thank you so much.
It's nothing, really.
So have you decided on a name for yourself yet?
Not yet, no.
Nothing at all? It makes talking to you a little awkward, not having anything to call you.
In that case, the giant man is as good as anything.
Did he get under your skin?
A little. I'm not that big, am I?
We're all giants to little kids. I do wish they'd be a little less blunt about it sometimes, though.
Indeed. I suppose it's better than them being afraid of me. The children here have strong nerves.
They're ordinary kids. You're just not a scary person.
They only assume I'm harmless because I'm with you.
What? You make it sound like you actually are dangerous or something.
Because I am.
Don't get worked up about it. The only thing different about us is our race. Everything else is exactly the same.
I'm not so sure.
You must have had a pretty awful experiences because of your appearance then to make you so concerned about it. I wish I could say I understood your pain.
That's not necessary.
But if I could, then maybe I'd feel a little closer to you. If only I could be half the same race as you.
Because she is. She is in the next life. Ah. You have nothing to gain from being more like me.
You don't think so? I think there's a lot that would be nice about it. I would probably have pretty black hair at least. If I'm ever reborn, I'd like to be more like you.
Are you so obsessed with being like me?
I um I just am?
Oh.
Yeah.
That was about the time I started noticing the feeling she had for me. At first, I thought I was being egotistical. There was no way a woman like her would be interested in a man like me. But I couldn't think of any other explanation for the way she looked at me. Back then, I believed I loved her too, and that if we could be together, as man and woman, that I would probably be able to attain the peace I so sought. That I could wash my hands of the killer within me, defeat the urges once and for all. That I could step out of the darkness I had lived in for so long, that I was able to see the light. That I would be able to experience love like any other ordinary man. So in the name of that hope, I took action. That foolish, naive hope.
Oh no. What are we doing out here so late at night?
Sorry for asking you to meet me on such short notice. I hope it wasn't too much trouble sneaking out.
It certainly wasn't easy. So you had something to tell me?
What I'm about to tell you, every last word is sincere. And then once you've heard me out, I want you to turn me down.
What?
Over these past few months, I've come to at least somewhat understand the responsibilities and restrictions placed on you as a nun. But even ignoring the obligations you have, I know good and well I'm not a suitable match for you. Which is why, as I said, I would like you to turn me down.
I still want to hear it.
I love you. I fell for you the moment I first saw you. I know I don't deserve to be anywhere near you, but every time we met, my desire to be with you grew stronger and stronger until it was out of my control. Turn me down, Marie, please, and I will stop trying to get close to you.
I'm not Marie.
You're not... What?
My real name is Pauline.
Pauline.
Marie is my baptismal name. It's not the name I was given at birth. I love you too. I fell for you the moment I first laid eyes on you. I know it's forbidden, but I want to be with you too. Any free time I have, I want to spend it with you.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
Thank you for being honest with me.
No, thank you for not turning me down. Man, they're all so awkward.
Wow, talk about an anxious day. When you asked to meet you out here tonight, I wondered if that might be what it was about. It felt like my heart was going to explode all day.
Heart explode?
Guys get nervous about telling girls how they feel too, don't they?
Yeah, we do.
Until now, I had no idea falling in love was so hard on the nerves. Just thinking about you made my mind turn to mush. It's hard to work like that, you know?
Is it really that stressful?
Is it like that for you too?
Yeah. Thinking about you makes it impossible to concentrate. Tell me something, Pauline.
What is it?
How exactly is it hard on your nerves?
What? How exactly? It's like, I'm in the clouds and want to scream and want to jump into a lake all at the same time.
That doesn't help me much. Could you be a little more specific?
Really? Are you trying to embarrass me? It's like my whole body gets really hot.
You mean you get aroused?
Aroused? No. To put it bluntly, yes. I see.
You're a real jerk, you know. You shouldn't go around trying to humiliate ladies.
Sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh, you.
Well, that was insightful. So, I'm not in love with her or romantically attracted to her, or even physically attracted to her. All I want from her is her smile. Being around her doesn't arouse me. In fact, it does exactly the opposite. My fire burns brightest when I'm not with her. It all makes sense now. I just want someone to keep me placated. Placated? I'm disturbed through and through. A murderer and a beast.
See? That's why I didn't want to say anything. I knew you would laugh at me.
I'm sorry. I truly am. I did ultimately get what I wanted out of the arrangement. She became my tether, became an invaluable part of my life, even if I had no real love for her. When I was with her, I was at peace. That said, her presence didn't completely rid me of my urges. I was still occasionally struck with bouts of insatiable thirst, overwhelming desire to mutilate anybody who came into my line of sight. And sometimes Pauline became the object of that desire. It goes without saying that I never did draw my sword on her, but I had no way of knowing when I might lose control. And even if I ever did kill her, then there would be nothing left to keep me from regressing completely into a beast. Aroused non-action. Oh no. Pauline and I arranged regular nighttime meetings, though I never once did I tell her how I truly felt. And I had no intention to either. When I was with her, I was in the role of her lover. She never questioned my love for her, and expressing hers for me caused her to smile even more than normal. The happier she was, the more beneficial it was to me. Spending time with her in this capacity, I was able to gain a deeper understanding of what kind of person Pauline was. She was a deeply generous and compassionate woman. While I now understand her near compulsive deeds of charity were a result of the stress and uncertainty she felt about herself, at the time I believed she was doing it because she genuinely wanted to. I believed she wanted to save absolutely everyone, to be the saintess she had come to be known as. She gave assistance to anyone who sought it from her, without question. And as a result, the church's coffers quickly dried up. For God did not supply her with an endless store of bread and wine either. In the end, any endeavor, no matter the intentions, requires money. In time, her generosity turned excessive, self-destructive. She would even skip meals so others could eat. In retrospect, that was probably my fault too. As I pushed her towards wanting to be a regular girl, she pushed back against that desire by being more charitable. Soon her actions started making the other nuns' lives difficult, giving her a less than favorable reputation within the church. Still, she would tell me when we met up, how she wished she could help even more people. If doing so gave her peace, and if I could be a part of that peace, then I wanted to grant her that wish. But what could a killer like me want to help, or do to help? Petty thievery wouldn't make me nearly enough money to keep a church and orphanage running. And a raid large enough in scale to do so would be inevitably traced back to the source, which would ruin the church forever. How was a murderer to acquire such a large sum of money? I was ready to jump at any opportunity that presented itself when I received a summons from the Lord. I'm just being silly and goofy. Are you still recording stuff? I mean, that's part of the fun, honestly, with like doing covers or karaoke. You stinky! Why'd you show up here? Oh gosh, that word's kind of dated. Should I skip it? I skip it. I don't know what word to replace it with. Is it? I think that word is kind of outdated now. Wait, I was supposed to be recording already? Oh no, oh no! Give me a second to munch some of my rice.
I'll just skip the word. It's not that bad of a word, I think, in retrospect to like what he said before. But I ain't gonna do that. I take it you're the man who's been buzzing around about the local church of late? When I first met the Lord, I was surprised at just how young he looked. There couldn't have been more than a couple years difference between us. I had envisioned him as an elderly, or at the very least, a middle-aged man. That would be me, yes. What of it? Who do you think you're talking to, you impudent rat? Show me some dang respect. Apologies, I am not familiar with the local customs or language. Very well then. You're fortunate I am such an understanding man. Now, for the reason I called you here. You are the one who killed that cart full of slaves 4 years ago, aren't you? So you know about that. Ha! I wasn't actually sure it was you, but now I have confirmation. Since then, one slave of Far Eastern origin has remained unaccounted for. I take it that would be you. That's right. You made one heck of a mess out there. Am I here to be punished? That depends on how our talk goes. If you think I'm going back to being a slave, you're fooling yourself. I don't need any more dang slaves. I certainly don't want you as one. You're obviously not finding any respectable work being an ex-slave, so I think you're still in the business of getting your hands dirty, are you not? I assume you're playing cat burglar or something, living off whatever you can swipe from the nearest unlucky stinky. Correct. Isn't it comical, then, that you could choose God's sacred house to stretch your legs in, you filthy dog? I absolutely agree. I thought that would get a reaction out of you, but it seems you've got no bite in you today. Never mind, let's get down to business. You're going to help me out with a little something I'm working on. Help you with what exactly? Something that's going to make me a lot of money. And if you lend a hand, I'm sure I'll make sure that you're well taken care of, along with the church you're so fond of and the nun you've been taking a liking to. That nun of yours has made quite the name for herself. Out in the city proper, people have been started calling her the Saintess. They're right about that. She is. The commoners love their heroes and saints. They eat that rubbish right up. But saint or not, you can't simply create food from nothing. Her work is causing financial troubles for the church, is it not? It is, yes. If you help me with this, I'm offering you an entirely new church, one where she has complete control to do as she wishes. She'll make it into the biggest church in the city. And she'll be able to help even more people, which would surely please her. What would you have me do? Jumping at the first whiff of scraps, you really are a dog, aren't you? I don't like conversations that overstay their welcome. Fair enough. Then let's get to business. Not far from here lives a witch whose blood has the power to cause miracles. Miracle blood. Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want from you is to capture her and bring her to me. Explain something to me, Lord. You said that if I helped you, the nun would be able to save more people than she does now. How does capturing this witch accomplish that? I'm glad you know how to listen, dog. We'll be turning the blood into a miracle elixir, which she will then distribute to patrons of the church. I am losing coherency. In exchange for tithes, of course. Selling it then. Selling isn't quite the right word, but if that's how you want to think of it, by all means. The commoner's beloved saintess handing out an all-powerful miracle medicine. They'll lap it up. And in turn, you'll make a fortune. Exactly. Money I could use to support her church. It'll be a boon to the city's economy as well. Single witch's freedom is all it'll cost for everyone here to come out happy. So what will it be? Will you help, or will I have to? I'll help. I have no reason not to. Decisive and a good listener. Excellent. Once I've captured the witch, where do I take her? I have a mansion set aside where your nun can run her church. There's an observation tower on the grounds. The witch will be kept locked up there to ensure we have a constant supply of blood. Okay. When do you want me to get her? You're just chomping at the bit now, aren't you? I thought you'd hesitate at least a little, but I guess it was foolish of me to presume to understand how a killer's mind works. All the resources I put into investigating you and everyone close to you were wasted, it would seem. Do you even have a conscience? Don't act like you're any different. I assure you I have a conscience. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary for the growth of the city. No, I mean, you're as much a murderer as me. You would never come up with a scheme like this if your hands were clean. Watch your mouth, dog. Don't you dare insinuate I would ever condescend to your level. Feeling comfy right now, and it's shocking. I'm usually stressed until 6. It's nice, actually.
Oh no! Well, definitely can't be stressed here unless, you know,
The story. The only thing that should stress you out is the lore. The lore. Because honestly, some of the chapters have been a lot. I agreed to the Lord's terms. A couple days later, I made my way out to the location the Lord had given me, a small cottage by a lake where the witch was said to live. Too much lore, brain hurty. Right? At least this one, like, this one's not as sad as the previous backstories, because some of the other ones are just like, bad thing after bad thing after bad thing, and this one it's like, main thing that's bad so far is that he's like, oh, I don't have emotions, I guess. Huh. I'd been instructed to take her alive, but not that I wasn't allowed to harm her, so my plan was to force my way in and immobilize her as soon as she opened the door. The Lord was right. I didn't have anything resembling a conscience. I was too far gone to be bothered by the prospect of disabling a witch. Not even the fact that I had found a degree of solace in my relationship with Pauline would change that. However, who's there? When I heard the witch's voice through the door, I froze. It was the girl from 4 years ago. I didn't even have to see her. I knew right away. I wouldn't mistake that voice, that stream of pure, clear water cutting through the grime, for anything. I would never forget the first thing that had ever managed to suppress my desires, my first tether. When the Lord told me about the witch, I never once expected it to be her.
Who is it?
Are you the witch with the miracle blood? My hand rested on the hilt of my sword. I had at first meant to break down the door if she wouldn't open it for me.
Please leave.
However, when I heard that voice, my hand felt limp.
Please stay away from my home.
I am in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little?
I have nothing to spare for a man like you. My blood is only for the sick and needy, so please go away. Stay away from me. I'm begging you. Get away from this place. You're a murderer. I want nothing to do with you. So please just go away.
As you say. As she had commanded, I took my leave of her cottage in somewhat of a haze. It should have come to no surprise, but in the 4 years since our last encounter, she had no kind words left to spare me. Yet even in her derision, I still felt myself being calmed by the sound of her voice. I debated with myself. Should I do as the Lord requested and capture her? Or should I let her go free, as I had done 4 years earlier? You already know what I decided to do, though, don't you? That's right. I went with the first option. After all, I had no need for 2 tethers.
While breaking down her door was still an option, the witch was wary of me. If she were to somehow manage to escape, there was no saying how the Lord might react. So I stood waiting for her to step outside. The problem was, she never opened her door. It wasn't just me, it seemed she was wary of everyone. There was one exception, though. The boy. She left the cottage for him. They went on walks together around the lake. It's, been a while since we last went on one of our walks, huh? I haven't been sleeping much, taking care of Nellie. Is her condition worsening again? Yeah. Rest assured, I will give her my blessing as many times as she needs. Thanks. I really appreciate it. The weather's kind of not that great today, huh? Yep, that's what he's doing. He is using the boy to get to the girl. Looks like we might get rain. It's probably not smart to stay outside much longer. Yesterday. I should get going. See you. Watching the two of them, it occurred to me that I could make good use of the boy. You have two options. Either you say no and protect the witch. Get away. Or you help me capture her. Get away from her. Right now. And if you choose the witch, I will kill the girl. Get away! Make your decision. Get away from her! You have until the count of 10. If you don't choose, I kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you. So get your sword out of her face. Don't kill her. I thought you'd hold out until the last second. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving. You pitiful little boy. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was flashy. Get back! No! Stay away from me! No! Help! Don't kill me! Take it. What? That's your share. Should last you long enough. Why? Why did you take my arm? What do you mean by share? Why? My arm. My arm. My arm. No, put me down, please. Help! Someone help! The witch with the miracle blood had regressed into an ordinary girl, and she cried in pain like a small child. I wasn't going to get very far with her wailing, so I gagged her, tied her up, and threw her into a burlap sack. My goodness! Doesn't make me unfathomably angry, like the scene alone, right? Because it's like, why? Why did he cut off her arm like that? He didn't need to do that. Nothing personal. I just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose her church. She needs the money. I needed some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, he would finance a whole new church for her. So don't take it personally. I too would cry if my arm was cut off, right? Like, it's not a good scenario. At all. I tossed the sack into the car that I had waiting outside, and made my way to the mansion as per the Lord's instructions. The two of us then locked the witch in the observation tower. When I told the Lord I had used a boy as bait to get her to open the door, he gave an exasperated sigh and said, "Involving a third party was not part of the plan. Is there anything at all in that head of yours, dog? I can kill him if that's the problem. Don't be hasty. Describe him for me. Did he seem like he came from a wealthy family?" "He's young, still in his teens. He lives with his little sister. He looked reasonably well off, probably of noble blood." "You picked one heck of a target to use as your bait. Should I kill him?" "There are people in this world you can make disappear quietly. People no one will notice have gone missing. You're one of them. The boy, he most likely isn't." "Was the boy at all interested in the witch's blood?" "He seemed to be." "Well, that makes things a little easier. We just have to make him into an accomplice then." That's everything up to about 6 months ago. You know what happened next, I presume. I threatened Mel, forced him to join us. He needed the blood for his sister, but even without that excuse, he didn't have the courage to run. Me, on the other hand, I involved myself of my own will. I had no reason to try to get back out. In fact, being put in charge of one of the 3 keys gave me an excuse to meet up with her more often. The arrangement was quite beneficial for me. Joke's on you, he has no family, right? I mean, that probably kept him safe, honestly, was them thinking that he still had family. If they knew that he didn't have contact with the family anymore, he probably would have been dead.
Hey, I heard the news. You were selected to be part of the Lord's personal guard? Now you've got it made. Congratulations.
You exaggerate, it's nothing.
Oh, now, no need to be humble. We wouldn't have picked you if he didn't really mean to. Everyone around here knows just how hard it is to earn the Lord's trust.
If you say so.
It hasn't been easy for him, I hear. He only assigns those he really trusts to work so close to him.
I hope you're right.
He trusts you, I'm sure of it.
I certainly can't tell her the real reason I suddenly became his guard.
And I've got some more exciting news too. The Lord sent a messenger for me earlier. Apparently he's building a new church and wants me to serve as a nun there. Can you believe it?
You shouldn't be surprised. You are the city's saintess, after all. It's little wonder that you would be his first choice.
I really don't think I'm that important.
Do you not want the position?
No, I'm delighted to have such an incredible opportunity. This will allow me to help so many more people than before. It's wonderful news.
That's good to hear. Tell me, I'm not wrong in thinking helping people is the one thing you want more than anything else, am I?
Right. That's what I want more than anything in the world.
I see. Hey, smile for me, would you?
Huh? I've been smiling this whole time, haven't I?
Not just now. Forever.
Of course. When I'm with you, nothing could possibly take the smile off my face.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm just, yeah. Bad situation, not allowed to die. I never knew someone could lose so much weight while still eating every day. You might have to increase your portions. If there's anything in particular you want, just tell me.
I hear children's voices.
Hmm?
From outside. I hear children's voices.
The kids here, or the kids here to see the Saintess. It has been quite noisy out there of late, yes.
Oh,
The Saintess. Your voice has gotten raspy, too. Was it my doing? Did I take your voice? That's unfortunate. To me, your voice held far more value than your blood. And I took that away from you.
yes. You three took everything from me.
So we did. Enough chatter, dog. What about kidnapping? I mean, Morgana did get kidnapped on, like, well... at least once, you could maybe count twice. Because the first instance she was sold off, that doesn't really count as kidnapped, I guess. She was just sold, and then she was rescued, and then she was yoinked by bandits, and then she got yoinked by, from her house. The Lord's scheme was a success. The witch's blood brought in an influx of donations, which the Lord invested in various businesses in the city. I have no idea if the blood actually has miraculous powers, but there were certainly people claiming to have been healed by it. It wasn't long before people who weren't sick started making use of the supposed cure-all medication, saying it had preventative properties as well. As word of the elixir spread, the Lord's profits grew in kind. One fact was undeniable. The witch's blood stimulated the city's dramatic growth. Wow, his story was much shorter in comparison to Mel's. Mel's, I feel like, was like a whole 3 hours. Swordsman was like maybe 1 hour. And that's everything. Although I guess he skipped through a bit of it because it's like we already knew what Mel told us, so that's probably it. The city is built on crimes. Yeah. Appalling, is it not? Morgana. If you hate me for what I did to her, you can take this sword and kill me with it. And you can have my key. I won't put up a fight. You have the right to exact punishment on me. Killing you would accomplish nothing. It is neither my place to forgive nor punish you. As much as it would make me feel better, doing so would serve no meaningful purpose. I would like you to give me a little time, though. I need time to cool down enough that I can talk to you with a clear head. Of course. So you are still willing to speak with me? I gave you my word. I told you I would figure out what path you should take. You're an honorable man. I will not force your hand if you don't want to do this. You can tell me to leave and I'll walk right out the door. More than anger or hatred, I'm simply deeply pained. Not the Taco Bell ad. Now I want Baja. Oh man, I want Baja too. Have any of you guys tried like the new Cantina chicken items? They're very good. My elf really likes them. They're like really picky with Taco Bell, and they're like, oh yeah, these new tacos make me forget that I'm having Taco Bell. And I'm just like, no, sadly. Hopefully at one point you can give it a try. If you use the app, I think they're doing a thing where you can get the crispy one. I don't know if that promotion ended, but I remember they did a promotion recently that you can get one of those for free. But since I used it, I can't see if it's like still going on or not. Maybe things would have turned out better if I were as sympathetic a man as you. People are supposed to be able to feel happy or sad for each other. I can't, though, which must make me a beast. When you first met Morgana, you felt a desire to rescue her from the slave traders, did you not? You thought of someone other than yourself. I never saw that desire through, though. My thirst far overpowered anything I may have wanted to do for her. The next time we met, I sold her to the Lord. As I said before, there is no room for interpretation in the things I have done. Whatever I might have wanted to do at one point, it's all meaningless now. Regardless, anything I do for someone else is ultimately for my own benefit, because it's what I need. No matter how selfish your motivations may ultimately be, please let me believe some part of you does genuinely want to help her. Whoops. Alright. I know I'll sound like a hypocrite for saying this, but sitting back and waiting for her to die is not what I want. When I cut off her arm, I didn't feel any of the thrill or euphoria that I usually do when I take my sword to someone. I can't say whether that means I have a conscience, but for a moment I just wasn't myself at the time. If you can save her, though, please do. I can't do anything. I'll try, or if I try, it'll only make things worse. I cannot do everything on my own either. Give me your word that you will atone to Morgana for your actions. While I doubt making reparations will clear me of my crimes, if that is what you want me to do, that is what I will do. Can I ask you something? What is it? Tell me more about my next life. I want to know what kind of man I am. I want to know every mistake I make, all the details. I warn you, it's a tale far more barbaric than anything you can imagine. Do you still want to hear it? I do. I have little doubt that I will believe it. If you're worried I might react the way I did earlier, I'll lay down my sword. You can tie me up too if you want. That won't be necessary. I'm going to trust you. I'll tell you the hopelessly tragic tale, or truth. Everything I saw with no embellishments. Please do. And so I told him the tale I witnessed beyond the second door. That he lost his memory in a shipwreck. And that he was treated like a beast by the people in the land where he washed up. That he massacred countless people. And that he took the life of his lover, who had come to search for him, never wavering in her belief that he was alive. I told him about the white-haired girl. I told him about the things he made Giselle do. I didn't hide anything. As I spoke, he would occasionally grimace or his eyes would go wide for a moment, but not once did he interrupt me. He sat there in silence until I finished. You weren't kidding. That was far worse than I had imagined. It is the truth, though. You become the target of Morgana's loathing, and you are led back to this mansion. That is what lies in your future. As difficult as it may be to comprehend, that person is you. The man who does all those things hundreds of years from now is you. I really am a beast. A horrendously precarious creature. As I interpret it, when you lost your memory, you also lost everything you used to suppress your nature. You lost the foundation you had built, and as a result, you were no longer able to maintain that balance. Would that mean that what I am now is, comparatively speaking, human? No, I am no different now. I have no more control over myself when I'm killing people than the man you described. You've seen me do reprehensible things, and in spite of that, you were never condescending or insulting, never acted disgusted or afraid of me. Are all angels as compassionate as you? I am not an angel. I'm simply biting my tongue. Are you afraid of me then? I am not afraid of you, no. What are you, then? I don't understand. I am of the belief that now is not the appropriate time for me to allow my personal feelings to influence my actions. My task is to save Morgana. If I am to be honest with you for a moment, I despise the man you are in the future. But I am also equally frustrated at myself. You're right. The things you did were inexcusable. You murdered innocents. You killed the woman who came searching for you. But on a personal level, what angers me the most is that you put blood on the hands of the woman I love. I know very well that, to you, it's something you haven't done yet. But it was still your soul. It tears me apart inside that I couldn't return in time to stop it. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who wouldn't be angry to know someone they care about had received that kind of treatment. I suppose. That's how you feel, though. Aren't you interested in taking revenge on me? As I mentioned before, there are times when allowing your emotions to take the reins is the worst course of action. This is one of those times. Seeking vengeance is the wrong thing for me to do right now. If I can eliminate Morgana's hatred, the three of your souls will be set free as well. So you're going to save me too? Yes, I am. I don't consider myself worthy of redemption, especially not after hearing the things I will do. I'm a beast through and through, a twisted, psychopathic monster. You were conflicted, though. You struggled against the creature that dwelled inside you. It's true that you found perverted joy in violence and murder, but you also felt kindness, which caused a part of you to seek peace. And that can be said of you in this time as well. If you actually were nothing but a beast, or rather, nothing but a man that derived pleasure in killing, maybe then I could have truly reviled you. Then you would be irredeemable, no matter what had turned you into that. No matter how much pain and suffering had driven you to that point. But your instability, your constantly shifting desires, your mental frailty, all appear to me as very human traits. Tell me, how should I live my life from here on? What is it you want most? The easiest road for me would be the one I walk now. To continue being a killer. No fighting my desires, no resisting what's inside me. What would that be my salvation? To abandon my humanity entirely? I don't know what I should do. What I'm supposed to do. I am at a complete loss about everything. I would like to believe that your desire to live in peace is sincere. And that's what I want for you too. It will be a more trying path, yes, because you will have to fight against your nature to stay on it. But we live in a human world. And you also have Pauline, who wants the same thing, extending her hand for you, inviting you to join her. So I encourage you to suppress your urges. Your life will not be easy for it, but I implore you to take the rocky road, for your own sake and for hers. Even if that means my entire life is built on a foundation of lies. Before today, I believed it was wrong not to be true to oneself. But as I listened to your story, I came to realize that maybe there are exceptions. Some things you can and possibly should keep locked inside you, where they can't hurt anyone else. However, I also think you have a tendency to try and act too perfect around her, both in this life and next. You cover up so much of yourself, you become an entirely different person. You can be your conflicted, imperfect self around her, the man you are now, lost and trying to find his way. I have little doubt she will accept that man. What you need most is resistant. Or restraint, rather. I see. So tell me, do you think my future can be changed? I don't know for certain, so all I can do is speculate. But as you share the same soul, I expect any changes you make now will be reflected in your future incarnation. I have my work cut out for me then. Helene, she believed in me. She put her faith in a beast and went out to search for him. I cannot allow myself to be the kind of monster that would murder a woman like her. I have to change. I will change the future. You can do it. When my life here comes to an end, I vow to make my next one better. Thank you for listening to me, and for giving me guidance. I can't say I'm particularly suited for the job. Knowing that my words are going to influence the direction of another's life is an unimaginable amount of pressure. I don't know. I'd say you pull it off well enough. If you ever decide to quit being an angel, you'd make a dang convincing missionary. I have no interest in being a missionary, and as I've told you, I'm not an angel. That's too bad. I joined the Church of Michelle. Don't look at me like that, I'm just kidding. Now can I get angry at you? As I've been telling you, I'm an ordinary man. I'm not special in any way like you seem to think I am. You're not ordinary. You're different, but not in the same way I am. I wouldn't ask any normal man to show me how to lead my life. I see. Although, what passes for normal differs from person to person, I suppose. Just as I don't think you're normal, I'm sure there are people out there who do. Perhaps. Or maybe they're just able to see my desire to be normal. Well, that's everything I have to tell you. You're going to want to talk to the Lord next, I assume. That's right. I'm going to convince him to hand over his key, and then I'm going to set Morgana free. I doubt you'll have much luck convincing him of anything, but I'll help in any way I can. I appreciate it. I'll get him to come to supper tonight. You will be there too. Okay, I'll be there. If I could ask you one favor, though, could you try to arrange that for as late as possible? That should be doable. There's someone else I need to speak with first. All right? I'll do what I can. Thank you. See you this evening, then. Oh yeah, because we still need to talk to Maria. Did I lead him to the correct path? Will he actually find redemption at the end of it? No, I made the right decision. Even if he doesn't in this life, there's enough of a chance that he will in his next. One left, and that's it. I'm almost there, Giselle. I've almost made it to Morgana. I've come this far. All that's left is to speak with the Lord. Stay focused, Michelle. Pieces I have still don't fit together yet. As Morgana told it, the Lord was a cruel man from the moment she first saw him, and he wasn't much different in the swordsman's telling of the events either. Are these portrayals the full picture of what kind of man he is? Will adding his perspective do anything but amplify Morgana's hatred? And if he really is exactly the man he's made out to be, then how do I explain his internal struggles from the third door? Did his core personality change with the times? Everyone else I've met has been fundamentally the same, though. Are you the exception, Jacopo? Morgana found joy in her life during her 3 years at the brothel. She wept about not being given the opportunity to thank them. Maybe Maria's more likely to be able to assuage Morgana's animosity? I'll have to hear what she has to say. I can barely move. My right arm. Can't feel my fingers at all. Burns. I've managed this long. Dang if it doesn't hurt. I almost forgot about that. How is that gonna affect us? I wonder. Did we just pass out? Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? I know that voice. I'm looking up at someone, a woman. She's draped in a black fog and I can't make out any details, or many details, but even through the darkness, I know immediately who she is. She is Mother. No, she is not my mother. She is...
Why would you even ask such a question, Mother? We're barely holding on as it is, my dear. It's not wrong to expect a little rumination for our services.
No, Mother, it is wrong. Miracles are not to be bartered for. God the Father does not charge for his miracles. So why should he, when I am only borrowing his power? Listen to me, Morgana. Every time you give someone a blessing, you're hurting yourself. If not for the miracle itself, you still deserve some degree of compensation for the pain.
I know you're concerned for me, Mother, and I appreciate it very much, but I'm happy with the way things are. I'm happy to be able to help others with my Heavenly Father's power.
Power you won't have much longer, my dear, if we can't afford to keep ourselves fed.
I am a saint, aren't I?
Yes, you're my sweet little saint.
God will not forsake his saint. No matter how difficult it may get, he will always provide me a way to continue doing his work. And you're the mother of that saint, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. I conceived you untainted by the hands of a man.
Then you must respect his will as well, Mother. That must be our highest priority.
You're right. I was wrong, my dear saint.
Mother, you agreed with me. You said I was right. So why are you taking money from that man? Mother.
Mother looks over at her as strange men shove me into a carriage. The look in her eyes sends a chill down my spine. I see her lips moving. She doesn't actually say the words out loud, but I can make it out, every individual syllable. So you're worthless to me. Wow. Wow. Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now. And if you cooperate, I will guarantee you'll live more than comfortably. Miracles are not something to be performed for only a single person's benefit. Oh no, a 4. And then a 15, man. Right, yeah, another perspective of Morgana's backstory.
Pardon.
Miracles are not something to be performed for a single person's benefit. What? Miracles are not magic or parlor tricks. They are a precious gift granted to me by my Father in heaven. Using his power for personal gratification is a grave sin. I will do no such thing. I entreat you to think long and hard about your actions. Do away with such selfish desires and dedicate yourself to helping people. The power you have been given was bestowed upon you by the hand of God. It is not your power. He is merely allowing you to make use of it for a short time. Pride is a sin. Please consider how you conduct yourself. You're an ignorant, insolent child, aren't you? I bought you. You are my property. You have no right to an opinion.
That is not my opinion. That is the way of the world, as God—
Silence! You're not here to talk. You're here to perform miracles for me and my guests. You're roasted. Corporate, my goodness.
As I have already told you, I will do no such thing.
What you will or will not do is my decision, not yours. The Lord says with a sickening laugh, then grabs me by the hair and knocks me to the floor. I beg him to stop, but he isn't listening to a word I say. Cheers! A saint's blood and good fortune to all! I stare vaguely out at the crowd gathered for the Lord's blood feast. Every time he has guests, he throws another party, and every time he slices another part of my arm or legs open. It wasn't long before they're an unsightly web of crisscrossing scars. Right, punch him, kick him, punch him where it'll really hurt. Have him feel that for days. The Lord sometimes has trouble deciding where to cut, but not out of any sense of sympathy for me. He simply thinks drawing blood from an untouched area of my body will be more effective. The Lord strips me bare. Perhaps I'll use your stomach today, Saint. I should be able to get some nice pure blood from there.
Stop this. Can you not comprehend what you're doing is an affront to the Lord?
I'm free to do what I wish with my property. Saint or no, you are not different from any of my slaves.
The Lord, is greatly displeased with your actions.
Then use your miracle powers to deliver divine punishment on me. Go on. You can do it, can't you?
Your soul will be punished. You may not see the effects now, but you will pay for your sins one day.
You are not as threatening as you think you are, buck nude girl. Don't give me that look, girl. I have no interest in taking that from you. You'll be lucky to find anyone willing to lay with a girl covered in disgusting scars. All I can do is wait and endure day after day of torture and shame, of the Lord searching for new places to stick his knife. My entire body, except for my face, is covered in reddish-black wounds. I would be surprised if we hear a redeeming story from him. Had the same exact reaction, right? Just like, I don't like this. I want this man's destroyed. Obliterate this man with lasers.
Someone, anyone, help me. Get me out of here. Please, someone. O Father who art in heaven, I pray for you to lead me on to deliverance. Father, your trials, they are much too great.
Yeah, pacifists, just show mercy. Right? Except for this dude. This dude, no mercy. Throw him into a pit of hungry dogs. Right? Just throw hands with this man's. Morgana. That was much clearer than the first time I saw it. Everything she felt, her struggling, her sincerity, her pain, and her voice, felt almost as though I was the one going through it all. The Lord. I can understand why Morgana would bear such a powerful grudge against him, considering everything he did to her. Why would he do that, though? Is there some reason, some explanation for his actions? I am thoroughly exhausted, like I've just spent the last several months having my my blood drained again and again. My limbs feel like they have boulders tied to them. Just trying to get to my feet makes me dizzy. So cold. She's probably waiting for me by now. I should get going. I have to do this. Move, dang it. Fighting against my body's attempts to succumb to gravity with every step through sheer force of will, I make my way to the courtyard. Maybe not as he bought and abused someone that's called... I mean, it's an iron deficiency because they keep draining her of blood. It's not a good time.
Oh, there you are. Thank God you came. Sneaking onto church grounds is a bit unnerving, so if you...
Are you alright? You look like you just came back from the dead. I'm fine. Thank you for coming. Now, to continue our conversation from yesterday.
Whoa, slow down. Who do you think you're convincing? You look just about as fine as a corpse. If you're not feeling well, we can always do this some other time. And whoa, what happened to your hand? It's a minor injury, nothing of any significance.
Seriously, who do you think you're convincing, man? I can get around just fine without a few fingers. Gotta take yourself into consideration, too. You can only run on raw determination for so long. And imagine how it makes me feel for a second, you asking to talk and showing up like that? If you want to get anything done, you gotta take care of yourself first. Head on back to your room and rest. Let's do this some other day, okay? When you're feeling... I don't have that kind of time. Noon tomorrow. That's my deadline. I have to take care of everything before then. I know dang well what condition I'm in, but that doesn't change what I need to do. If I don't, I can't save Morgana. I can't get Giselle back. That makes it all the more important you get your rest. And when do I suggest I do that exactly? Honestly, I don't get why you're in such a heckin' tizzy. Get a hold of yourself, man. I'm plenty calm. It sure doesn't look it. You're already pushing yourself to the edge. I don't want to be responsible for giving you that last nudge. So quit bickering with me. Get your butt back and get some rest. You don't understand the gravity of the situation. None of you do. You don't grasp how great an effort, or how great an effect stopping what happens tomorrow will have. I have to keep moving, even if it means crawling through the dirt. If I don't, not only will I fail to make things better, Morgana's almost certainly gonna get worse fates in store for all of you. So long as her curse lives on. I'm the only one here who knows what awaits. So that makes you, what, a prophet or something then? Not exactly, no. But in terms of this time period, that would be a more apt description. Do you not believe me? Well, you know, that is asking a lot. That's fine. You don't have to. But at the very least, I want you to believe that I genuinely believe something terrible is going to happen tomorrow if I don't do anything. That's... that I don't have any time to waste. All I need you to do is tell me what you know. Could you do that for me? Assuming you actually are a prophet or whatever, why don't you just, you know, get the heck out of town? Say it. This is too much, and then vanish into the night. No one's gonna blame you if you do. Heck, if anyone's even gonna notice you did anything, or heck, is anyone even gonna notice you did anything to do if you do succeed? I'm not in this for attention or praise. I cannot sit idly by knowing what I know, seeing what has happened and what will, knowing what Morgana went through, what she felt. I can't abandon her. Not anymore. I can't let my knowledge go to waste. While it is true that the mansion will continue to be wrapped in darkness so long as Morgana's curse remains in effect, and nothing can be put to rest until I do something about that. That's not my sole motivation anymore. I sincerely want to help Morgana. Giselle, is this what you want, or what you meant when you told me you wanted me to save her? You seem like the kind of fella who's always fretting over something or other. Ah. I was seeing if I can control this with my controller. You don't know how to take it easy, do you? Though, I guess in a way, that's kind of why you can fight so hard, huh? Alright, you win. I'll talk. Anything you want to know, I'll tell you. Thank you very much. But you sit your butt down first. Okay. Morgana said that? She did. She described her 3 years there as one of the brightest periods of her life. Huh, who'd have thought? Dang, that's kind of really great to hear. Did she never tell you herself how she felt? She never really made an attempt to be a part of the group. was like she had those colossal walls around her. I can see that.
Yeah, so this felt kind of like I never knew if I was sticking my nose in too far or not, you know?
She appreciated what you and the other women did for her. After the raid 4 years ago, she ended up in the hands of a slave trader. As she was being transported, she said this with tears in her eyes. I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me. Well, dang. So is that, absolutely 100% exactly what she said? You're not just pulling it out of your butt, are you? Eepy.
I don't know if I am eepy.
But I am. I am yawning.
Those were her exact words, yes, as hard as it may be to believe.
Nah, I believe you. I'm just surprised is all. I mean, like, just, wow, yeah.
If I had known that was how she felt, maybe I could have been a little friendlier with her. You weren't friendly with her?
Not especially. I mean, that's not to say I was cold or anything. It's just that all the girls kept a bit of a distance from her. Just because we didn't like her, or not because we didn't like her, but because that's what it looked like she wanted, some distance. None of us were really cut out for the caretaker gig. As much as we'd love to be some kind of motherly figure for her, we just didn't have it in us. Who was closest to her? He's dead. The slave. What's this about a slave?
There was a young man, a slave who participated in the revolt of the Lord's Manor, who saved Morgana's life.
Ah, yeah, that's the guy. He was the closest of any of us to her, or at least he gave her the most attention.
And he's
6 feet under.
That's unfortunate.
What can you do? People come and go. That's just the way of things.
I'd thought that maybe if he were still alive, that would improve our chances of saving Morgana.
Improve our chances? There's only one way about that. We smash the Lord's skull in and take his key.
That's not an option. Doing that will not alleviate her hatred. Would you be willing to accompany us when we go into the observation tower?
Huh? Me? Why?
I want you to be there to say something to her.
I'll say whatever you want me to say once you've gotten her out of that tower.
Don't think being able to hear the voice of someone she cares for when she's finally set free would do more to pull her out of the darkness than anything else?
That's all the more reason it can't be me.
Why not?
Like I've been saying, I was never that tight with her. I kept my distance.
I can't do anything, not with the reasons you've given me for why she's so full of hatred. I have no other opinions, though.
You know, actually, while I doubt this'll do much in the way of getting rid of her grudge, there is something I was supposed to give her, but never got the chance.
Oh?
It's nothing special, just a rinky-dink little necklace, but if you get the chance, would you mind giving it to her?
If anyone, that should come from you.
It's not from me. It was supposed to be from the slave. He got it for her as a birthday present, but that was the day the brothel got raided. So, yeah, that's the story. Make sure she gets it, would you?
Okay, I will.
Thanks, man. Well, now that that's out of the way, I should split. Best of... There you are. I don't know who's talking.
Oh, you weren't in your room. I was worried sick.
What are you two doing here?
You're going to talk to the Lord tonight, right? So...
There's a chance you might be able to set the Saintess free. No way am I gonna miss that.
That's why you're here?
That, and to say goodbye. I want for them to make reparations as soon as the girl's released.
Do you feel the same way, Nellie?
If Mel tells me he wants to, then I won't stop him. But he was threatened, so if it's possible, I don't think there's any need for him to rush to be punished. I don't want to lose my brother. Surely there are other ways he can atone.
That's reasonable. I do feel guilty about what he was put through.
It's not your fault what he did. Anyway, I'm really anxious about tonight, but I'm sure it'll all turn out fine. You'll make it work, won't you, dearest Michelle?
I'll do my best.
Oh, come on, you gotta act confident. Take care of my Mel for me, too. He's very fragile, so handle him with care. He's a big old box of china.
Is he really that fragile? As for me, if he looks like he's going to do anything he shouldn't, would you stop him for me? I wish I could be there to do it myself, but, well, he insists only the people directly involved should be there, and I want to respect that. I was never going to allow anyone to get hurt anyway. That's good. Thank you. He and the Lord may have caused the girl a great deal of pain, but I still don't want anyone to get hurt. Some people deserve it, and I say let him have it. And now, Maria, don't be like that. You're the weird one, Little Miss Perfect. Go around letting everyone off the hook for everything, and the whole dang world's gonna come falling around you. He did what he did for me, though. The Lord? He's only in it for his own profit. Much as he says it benefits the city, it still comes back around to his own pockets. Right, now that she's not like gatekeep gaslight girl bossing, she's actually fun. Oh yeah, the nun was lying. The Lord's not a bad man, though. Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times. No one's a bad person in your eyes, I know. No. Can we please try to keep things civil? Yeah, sorry. Bad habit, I know. I talk a lot of rot, but I don't really mean like half of it. I do think he's much better than the old Lord, though. Bad, I want to cosplay him. Like Michelle. That would be fun. I think that would be really fun to do. I wouldn't mind it. The only thing that would keep me from doing it would be like I'm really bad with like I don't like I'm afraid of contacts. Like my eye trauma fear is so bad I like won't even allow myself to use contacts. So am I. Oh no. But honestly, I feel like Michelle's outfit would just be like comfy. But like also his hair is super long, so that would be a very heavy wig. You'd have to get actually, I don't know. If you have like a good hairnet, it shouldn't slip back, but you might need to have some like hair clips to kind of keep it in place. I cosplayed as Stalking at one point, and to be fair, I didn't have like a good hair mesh thing under the wig. I think I had like a bald cap one that I borrowed from a friend, and I did not have a good time with that wig. Hold on a second. What did you just say? He's better than the old? When did the current lord take his place? 4 years ago? What? Morgana was 9 years old when she was at the Lord's Manor. 7 years ago. Maria, were you ever at the Lord's Manor at any time 7 years ago? Nah, I was never hired by anyone there. Then when? She didn't have any interaction with the Lord 7 years ago. Ah, so it all makes sense. How could I not consider this possibility sooner? I know what kind of man he is, and I know the people he had around him. Maria, is the slave actually dead? What is this revelation they're giving to us? You'd better have a dang good reason for this. I came because you said you had something important to discuss. Now, care to tell me who the heck this white-haired man is and what he's doing here? You neglected to mention we'd be having company. I am the one who asked him to arrange this meeting with you. And who the heck would you be? He's an angel. Or a prophet. What? Did you both finally snap under the pressure? I'll leave it for you to decide what you think I am. I will say, though, that I know everything. I know you've got a girl imprisoned in the observation tower, and I know you're taking her blood and calling it medicine, passing it out at the church. Which one of you squealed? No one told him anything, he just knew. And he knows everything, including my deepest desires and what happens in my next life. He's probably peering into your soul this very moment. You've completely lost it, I see. Well, how you got your information doesn't matter. All I need to know is what you are hoping to gain from it. Wealth? My downfall? What? Morgana's freedom. Love how the art is just arting, right? I think, like, in the earlier chapters, I was like, it took me a while to get used to it, but it's definitely, like, so unique. I like it. I want you to give me your key.
Also, welcome back, Jagan.
I'll show you arting. That's arting. No! when the art was first arting. And then I want you to tell me your story. I've come here from the future, from the world after Morgana's death. Her soul courses with hatred for the three of you, and she places a curse of eternal suffering on your souls. Has everyone at this dang table gone mad? Did you seriously think I would believe that nonsense? Don't interrupt me. The Lord is just like, oh, just clutching out his pearls. Oh, this man's interrupted me. My objective is not so much to rescue Morgana's physical body from the tower, but to save her soul from an eternity of loathing. I can't achieve that on my own, however, because I am not from this time. I've had no direct interaction with her or anyone else here until just recently. In order to make her have a change of heart, I need to gather the truth from the people who are from this time. And I suspect that you hold the last piece of the puzzle, the biggest piece. That you have a far deeper connection with Morgana than anyone else here. No, I'm all but certain of it now. Your perspective is crucial to accomplishing my goal. Tell me your whole story, please. How you ended up capturing and imprisoning Morgana, what you thought and felt along the way. Your truth will get through to her, I know it. That will be the turning point in all this. Her curse will be no more, and you will be returned to the paths you were meant to walk. Everyone will have their salvation. Someone throw this madman out! I won't do it. Neither will I. Dang worthless curs. Time for another dramatic backstory, right? Backstory that we might either have to interrupt or stop midway through. I'll call the guards then. Who do you think I am exactly? I am the lord of this land. Under ordinary circumstances, I'd never so much as deign to speak with you, lowly peasant. Now get out of my sight, or I will take it as an act of aggression, and you'll find yourself without a head. In this room right now, you are not a lord. You are a lone man. Until you hand over your key, we're not letting you leave. And you'll find there aren't any guards for you to call. You're all alone in this estate. Your preoccupation with staying out of sight played right into our hands. Accept your defeat, Lord. We've already agreed to set the witch free. Like the whispering in the music. They got some good people working on this game. Cowardly worms. Ironic coming from you. Huh. I didn't think you'd turn coat so eagerly. And the nun and your kid sister on it too, I take it. We were only working for you. We never felt any sort of allegiance to you. Loyalty founded on what one has to gain or lose is far more resilient than uncertain, fluctuating feelings. But it would appear this white-haired man shattered that foundation. I don't think there's anything this lord can say that would be justifiable, right? It's really tough because it really feels like he's the most in the wrong. They all did bad things, but I feel like he's most in the wrong. But with the time frame discrepancy that they just discussed before this scene, I'm worried that he's the guy that saved her from the previous lord. And so it's like, okay, why are you deciding to do this after saving her? Bro probably has the brain of a slug. Yeah, it just makes it worse because of that. Shattered this foundation. How long have you been colluding with them, cur? I arrived in this era 2 days ago. What? 2 days? In just 2 days you got these worms dancing for you. They are not dancing for me. I merely spoke with them and they listened. You're a disturbed man. You couldn't possibly have won these two over in a mere 2 days. He's no ordinary man. As we've said, he knew everything. While I was talking to him, it felt like he was looking directly into my soul. He's definitely an unusual one, yeah. It felt like he'd known me my whole life, even though he just showed up out of nowhere 2 days ago. I didn't believe what he was saying at first, but he knew things he couldn't possibly know. My secret wish. Something I've never told anyone before. Don't know what kind of tricks you're playing, but now I know why I've never seen you around. You've been lurking around the city for longer, sticking your nose where it didn't belong. I would have taken notice sooner or later. I'm impressed. In only 2 days, you managed to convince them both to betray me and set me up. I am indeed the one in charge of this operation, so if it's the witch you're after, I'm the obvious target, yes. And the 2 dogs there surely have some pent-up rage. So I take it you're going to tie me up, then torture me until I tell you what you want to know? That's not a bad idea. What do you say? Give me the word, and he's in ropes. Oh, wait, we agreed we weren't getting rough. I have no interest in solving this problem with violence. We are here to uncover the truth. We needn't exchange blows, only words. Anyway, if we're going to beat it out of him, we would have done so as he walked through the door. We discussed this beforehand. We're only talking. Longer than your marriage would last, eh? Slap into the next lifetime, right? Well, like we said, we're not resorting to violence. We're not resorting to violence. We're only talking, no getting into any fights, physically or verbally. That's right. Well, looks like I've got no way out, so you've got me. I surrender. Take my key. Go open the tower doors. What? That was easier than expected. Your key is not important right now. Your perspective is what I see. Why did you make it so the lock required 3 keys? One person is more than adequate for the job, so I split it 3 ways. Is that any of your concern, cur? Was it because it was too much weight to bear alone? You didn't actually want to imprison Morgana, did you? Something somewhere went wrong. You backed yourself into a corner and couldn't escape. I'm done listening to you. Am I right? Or am I wrong, Lord? Or should I say, Jacopo? Jacopo? But isn't his name, Jean-Francois Barnier? That's Lord Barnier to you, you insolent child. You seem to be a bit confused. I am the son of House of Barnier, which means I'm loyalty. No, You were not. Royalty, not loyalty. I don't know how you came to start calling yourself Barnier, but there's not a drop of royal blood flowing through your veins. The slave revolt at the Lord's Manor 7 years ago. You were there, weren't you? During the revolt, you helped Morgana escape. That's right. You saved her life once. Let's take this rich kid privileges. He don't deserve them. That was you. You were the slave from 7 years ago. Slave? Are you out of your heckin' mind? Me? A slave? Like heck, a former slave could become royalty. You did it, though. You went from slave to lord. Enough! I don't know who's filling that white-haired head of yours with this drivel, but I'm done listening to it. Say another word and I'll throttle you myself. Keep slandering my name. I dare you. His angry voice is hurting my throat. Stop being so angry, you're hurting me, Jacopo. Maria told me the slave from back then was dead. She didn't mean it literally, though. She meant he wasn't who he used to be anymore. Maria. You've been talking to her, too. Because she was afraid if Morgana found out, it would only serve to throw her deeper into despair. The man who once saved her was now responsible for keeping her imprisoned. Do your ears not work, cur? I said I've heard enough. I need your perspective. There's more to the story, I'm certain of it. I refuse to believe you acted only for your own benefit, only to cause her pain. If you want the key so dang badly, then take it. Set the witch free, I don't give a darn. If you say another word, I'll rip your tongue out. Again, the key is not what I need right now. I need your story. Are you deaf or just an imbecile? Your perspective is crucial to saving Morgana's soul. Enough. When you were a slave, you helped Morgana escape from the Lord. Silence! And you spent the next 3 years with her. Just one more word, I swear to God. So how did you end up here? How did the boy from 7 years ago go from saving her to locking her up and stealing her blood? There's no excusing your actions, no. But please, I need you to tell me how you got to this point. Enough! Michelle! The next thing I see is a dagger in his hand pointed at me. I reflexively try to push him out of the path of his charge with my dominant hand, which sends a jolt of excruciating pain up my right arm. I'll rip your head off! The Lord swings his arm up and the necklace slips from my pocket, making a metallic clink as it hits the floor. As he sees it, his eyes go wide for a brief moment. Of course, I'm just as slack-jawed as him. Since it's so clean.
Let go.
What the heck is going on? Why? Or why? How? Such an intense moment, right?
Also, hello, Zelda. I think I saw you. I saw you looking. But hello. Hopefully your day is going well.
Why am I looking at a familiar cloud of inky black darkness? There's no one to answer my question, though. And no time to think about it either. I have to make a decision. Right now. Oh gosh, is it gonna time me? The Lord, dagger raised, is quickly approaching. Off to the side, the cloud of darkness is expanding. I save, because I don't know if I need to do this in a timed manner, and I don't know when it autosaved yet. Or last. Shove. Maybe, I don't know if I should have reached into the darkness or not. Without thinking, I shoved the Lord aside. Well. I don't think that was a good idea. What? The next thing I see is the Lord's body crumpling to the floor. His head rolling off in a separate direction. I'm agape, dumbfounded, my eyes swimming, as blood spreads in a pool around his body. Why? Why did you kill him? He was going to kill you. I had no choice. Uh, mm, I don't know if that was a good idea. Probably not. You weren't supposed to kill him. If I hadn't, you would be dead. I needed his story. Not as much as we need you alive. I need to go back to the save point. Yeah, that's why I saved it right there. More than likely it'll give me a dead end ending. And then we could just go from right before the decision. What does this mean for my next life? I shouldn't have showed him. Getting the truth out of him was more important than my own safety. And now, we can't get anything from him. That was a mistake. I got him killed. Hey, Michelle, what are we supposed to do now? There's no changing what's already been done. I need to think forward, how we're going to proceed. We'll go to the tower. I'll try to assuage as much of Morgana's hatred as possible with the two of your perspectives. Come on. Okay. As you say. I don't know if it's gonna give me the bad ending or not. Because it definitely is not filling me with confidence. Especially since we're just silently ascending the tower. Like how two of you were just regular Himtar. Using the key we took from the Lord's corpse, the three of us unlocked the observation tower, climbed the spiral staircase, and opened the door at the top. The air in the room is bone-chilling. A single shaft of moonlight shines through the high tower window, illuminating the young girl imprisoned within. Oh. Did they give her a mask? I can't tell if her face is like slightly healing or if they gave her a mask. I'm aghast at what I see. She's been treated far worse than I imagined. Her skin is so deathly pale it sends a chill down or through me. Just looking at her, I'm not even certain she's still alive. Morgana. Say something, Morgana! Morgana. Combination of relief at the fact that she's still breathing and anger at the condition she's in bubbles up within me. How is any of this necessary? Did you really have to chain her up? Oh, is it gonna be a thing where, like, we don't have the keys to unlock her? Tell me, how is this necessary? We didn't have her chained up at first. And not that just justifies anything, I know. But she's starting to act up lately, trying to bite us, getting violent. She's even tried to climb up to the window. There's nothing to grab onto or anywhere to put her feet, so it's not like she could even make it that high, but that didn't stop her. She's fallen and hurt herself several times. The chains were the Lord's idea. I'm sorry. Be right there, Morgana. I really can't tell. Maybe it's her starting to heal? I can't tell. Morgana, I've brought a couple of people who wish to make penance. I'll have the chains off of you soon, don't worry. You'll be able to return to your old life soon. Morgana, I'm here to set you free. Stay with me, Morgana. You're all free here. What? You men. You're all here. Morgana. You. Flaxen hair. You're a liar. Charlatan. You're a murderer. Cut off my arm. And you, Lord. It all leads back to you. Tortured me. Graded me. For your own amusement. All three of you are here. Morgana. Why did you hold all those blood sabbats? It wasn't me. I'm not the Lord. Why did you go after me again? The Lord isn't here, Morgana. All three of you are right there. Morgana! Eternal suffering. No, Morgana, look at me. I'm here to set you free. Eternal suffering. Can you not see that I'm not him? Then listen to my voice. Do I sound like the Lord? Eternal. I am not the Lord. Oh yeah. Hello, nobody. How are you doing? Eternal suffering. Morgana. Yeah, I think we accidentally, well, we didn't, but the swordsman accidentally killed the Lord, and so we were like, well, I guess this is fine. I'm pretty sure that this is like a route to a dead end, so. Eternal suffering on all their souls. The next second, the tower is draped in blackness. The floor beneath us vanishes, and I hear shouts off in the distance. As I'm dragged into the eternal darkness, there's nothing for me to grab onto. I simply fall through the void. It's a sensation similar to the one I've experienced a number of times before, sinking into the mansion's darkness. But there's something fundamentally different about this. The utter emptiness, the utter sense of solitude. I can't even breathe. My very essence is becoming one with the darkness. And I try to struggle against it when a pair of small arms wrap themselves around me from behind. Loneliness seeps through those arms and wisps about within me, eroding away at my spirit. I'm melding with something. Will you stay with me? You won't ever leave me, will you? Will you become one with me? Will you stay by my side? I don't want to be alone anymore. Hatred seems to have left her, but with what it left behind, what I'm feeling from her now is a stark, overwhelming desolation. As much as I know I have to get back to reunite with Giselle, my own emotions are washed away by hers, and I'm unable to resist as the two of us, now one and the same, fade away into darkness everlasting, leaving behind only a single teardrop that could either be ours, or it could be either of ours, or both. Imagine the Lord sucks to be him and stab me. Not gonna lie, this might be the best writing I've seen in an indie game, right? My goodness. Yeah, I'm very much understanding why a lot of people suggested it to me. Dang. Okay. It's not quite 6, but I think we should be able to finish this tomorrow. I knew today probably wasn't gonna get to the ending, because I'm pretty sure if we do, how many endings have you gotten? I don't know actually, because one of the previous ones I thought was ending 0. I don't want to say that I've gotten all of them so far, but I don't know, honestly. But yes, we should, because I'm thinking of like Jacopo giving us his side of the story. That's probably gonna take a hot minute, and also like doing the actual process of saving her is probably also gonna take some time. So I think
instead of like squeezing it into the end of today, we're gonna just save it for tomorrow. I feel like we're so close but so far. But let's see, while this battle rages on, let me go on over to the just chatting screen and find somebody to raid. Cause yeah, I don't wanna feel like we're rushing the ending or anything. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh geez, oh man, that's a close fight. My goodness, did nobody win? Nobody won. GG, nobody. Man, that was close. That was such a close battle. Okay, so let's see who is streaming today. Let me see. We got a few people that we haven't. My voice back being redeemed. Did I miss it? Did I miss it? Oh gosh. Jugu no koku no sura kere kaiju no sugyo no sugo e matsu urai matsu furai matsu kure na toruku no nusuma tokoro yabaru kuji no burukuji paipo no shooting gun no gurin de borkun pino pokemon chokame no chosuke. I don't know if that was close to his voice. I think I'm losing the voices that I have access to. But yes, thank you for reminding me, Pistol. I completely missed it because there was a lot of other commands that were going on, so I just saw purple. I'm built different and also just crumbling at the seams. Let me see. Do we want to see a bug? Do we want to see a bug? Mix it up a little bit with the raids a bit. There's a few other options that I had, but it's just like, we don't raid this person that much. Everyone's purple but me. Yeah, you and nobody are the only ones that are not purple. Okay.
Oh, thank you for the follow, zombie.
Oh, that's cute.
Thank you for following. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Let me see.
Let's do... Try not to die raid. I can't think of a better raid message for today, but that will be the closest that we can do.
So thank you everybody for joining me today.
We're gonna be playing more of this tomorrow and hopefully finishing it. Hopefully. If not, we're hopefully gonna get like a big chunk of it through. Cause I'm just thinking of how long Mel's story was. But like also the swordsman wasn't that long, so I'm gonna assume Jacopo at best is gonna be 2 hours, but might be longer. But we're hopefully gonna have these people have a good time at the end of here. I want them to be happy, gosh dang it. I have committed like what, 3 weeks to playing this game. I want to have them be happy. We're so close. We're so close. I don't even know where Giselle went. I'm pretty sure it's a thing of like we're helping, but like it could be a thing of like Morgana's keeping Giselle from communicating with us now. I don't know, but I just want us all to be happy. Watch the guy die again. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna have to see.
But have a lovely rest of your days, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! I can't blap with this model. Bye-bye! Wah. Make sure it all goes through. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.